So now we go into our first of 5 qualification sessions for finals day for the 2020 B&L Karting Series season for round 1, being hosted by the fantastic Karting Genk circuit here in the Limburg region in Belgium. Once again, a reminder to the paddock that everyone, it is mandatory to wear your face masks at all times, including in your tents. Please make sure that you also respect the social distancing measures, along with keeping your hands washed and sanitized as much as possible. Thank you for your attention on that front. A big thank you also to the Mayor of Genk and the local municipality for allowing us to have the green light to host this race, which is behind closed doors. So that includes staff, drivers, accompanying people for those drivers that are under the legal age of signing official documentation, and also mechanics and team bosses. We are just a few seconds away from getting going with our first of 5 qualifying sessions, each lasting 5 minutes in duration. First up, it is the youngest competitors of all of our 6 classes, as Micromax will take to the circuit, followed by Minimax, Junior Rotax, DD2, and then DD2 Masters, before we head into the lunch break, which will take place between 12:30 and 1:15 p.m. local time here in Belgium. The green flag waves at the end of the exit of the pit lane, and our Micromax drivers head out onto the circuit. The timer now starts counting down from 5 minutes to 0 seconds. So first out was Jake Menton from the Netherlands in the 31. Mies Huben and Mats van Rooyen, who have been battling all the way through this weekend so far. So much so that the first pre-final yesterday afternoon saw a clash between Huben and van Rooyen, which then meant that Jake Menton took a second place finish, whilst Max Swiderski has been leading the way so far in terms of the racing, whereas Mies Huben was our pole sitter yesterday. Let's see if the youngster from the Netherlands can do exactly the same this morning to start getting back on track. So Menton, van Rooyen and Huben now make their way through into turns 10 and the left at 11. So we'll get an initial indication of the lap times that they will set over the next 4 minutes, as Huben is in the tow of van Rooyen, heading down into turns 1 and 2. And at the moment, van Rooyen puts in the banker of a 1 minute 5.184. Jake Menton in second, Mies Huben in third, Zdenek Babishek from the Czech Republic in third place. Well, that is quickly changed by Max Sadurski from the Netherlands, who does have Polish heritage in the number 19. As these three, which is led by Van Rooyen, Menton and Huben, they now make their way through turns 7 and 8 on the far side of the circuit, as Mies Huben decides to exercise a bit of overtaking, even in qualifying, to get past Jake Menton, and wants to use the slipstream as much as humanly possible to keep in striking distance for pole position in this session. All event sessions are provisional before official ratification and through sporting and technical checks. Now, at the moment, the times do drop a little bit. Mats van Rooyen still is in provisional pole on a 1 minute 3.483. Mies Huben, a 1 minute 3.540. Babisek still in third place. Well, that's actually quickly changed as the Czech driver ends up down in P4 as Max Sadurski now goes into second place, just 6/1,000 slower than Mats van Rooyen, who's got Mies Huben right up the back bumper heading into turn 7 and through into turn 8. Jake Menton, in the meantime, currently rounds out the 6 strong and is 1.3 seconds off of the pace of Van Rooyen. So we are now well past the half time on the clock. And it's a case of whether we see if Mies Huben will keep a clean sweep in qualifying so far, as both he and the driver ahead, Mats van Rooyen, as Mies Huben now goes provisional pole, a 1 minute 2.987, 0.075 ahead of Van Rooyen. Babisek up into third place on a 1 minute 3.422 with just over 1 minute and 20 remaining on the clock. But then Max Sadurski strikes back again. This time doesn't get second, but gets third, a 1 minute 3.104. So Mies Huben is being very strategic here, because the youngster with GKS Lemon's power is keeping in close proximity to Mats van Rooyen. And with the aerodynamics being used by the youngster, he's going to use Mats van Rooyen not just as a yardstick, but also as a buffer, effectively, because Mats van Rooyen is doing all the work. Mies Huben just needs to slot in behind. And at the far part of the circuit, just coming through turn 9, I think that was Boz Maximov, who is rounding out the 6 strong. 35 seconds on the clock still to go, and Mats van Rooyen retakes the provisional top spot by just 35 thousandths of a second ahead of Mies Huben. Jake Menton now improves up to P5. Zdenek Babisek does not improve on position, and Boz Maximov still down at the bottom of the timesheets at the minute, as both Huben and Van Rooyen, the latter in front of the former, now head to turn 7 for what will be their final hot lap in qualifying. Menton now makes the move through turn 7 with looks like Babisek and then Sadurski. So the top two that have been battling over pole position, also for bragging rights here at the first round of the season, now come through into turn 11 for the final time, and then they'll go round the tight right-hander at turn 12, which then expands outward on the approach to the start-finish straight. So checker flag waves, the session is done, and in this particular occasion, Mats van Rooyen signals to the air with a salute, so to speak, from the left hand, as if to say, well, that's great, I've got pole. And he gets it by 0.031 of a second ahead of Mies Huben, who took pole yesterday. Max Sadurski crosses the line as the last of the drivers and takes P3, provisionally speaking. 0.237 off of Van Rooyen, who takes provisional pole. Babisek from the Czech Republic takes 4th ahead of Jake Menton, with Boz Maximov rounding out the 6 strong. The top 5 separated by 0.821 of a second in that qualification session. So Mats van Rooyen will secure provisional pole. As I say, every single results that I call out on the tannoy, or for those watching on the YouTube stream via our good friends at Camp Company GmbH. Thank you for joining us and welcome. So Mats van der Rooyen takes the session ahead of Mies Huben, with Max Swiderski making it a clean sweep for the Netherlands in the top three, with the sole Czech driver in this category, Zdeněk Babíšek, in fourth, ahead of Jake Menton and Bols Maximov, rounding out the sixth strong. Now, we've seen some really good racing this weekend, and the Micromax contingent, especially with the pre-final yesterday, really set the tone very much alight, and I was waiting for one of the bigger classes to pull the pin on the grenade and throw it in the general direction of the circuit, but Micromax managed to get there first. But with 16 races yesterday in seven qualification sessions, we now have we'll have 13 races, including the second chance heat for Senior Rotax, which has now been carried out. We have 4 more qualification sessions. Next up will be Minimax with 13 different drivers up very, very shortly. And it's been really nice walking around the paddock and catching up with some good friends and familiar faces as well. Good to see Vincent Franken and Rick van Mulke from FM Images. They're with us here this weekend, amongst other people. Had a good chat with Bradley Barrett from Study Vitesse this morning, Tom Braken and his mum Anne-Marie. Really good to catch up with them, and quite a few people. Good to see so many familiar faces here once again after such, it feels like I've been away for more like 147 months, let alone 147 days when I started yesterday. But it's really good to be back here. Of course, the weather does look a bit more foreboding. And the current air temperature is 19 degrees Celsius. We're set to hit a high of around 23 degrees Celsius. And the first of the pre-finals will get underway with Micromax at 1:15 this afternoon, local time here in Belgium. So if you're in the UK, good morning. I hope if you're all keeping well over there, you're an hour behind. So that will start at 12:15 British summer time. But one thing I can honestly say is I've got the window well and truly open here in the commentary box, mainly to get some air circulation in here, but also the fact that I get to hear the lovely roar of the Rotax Max Evo engines, all 125 cc's in cubic displacement. Plenty of karting action happening across the globe in Spain and also in the United Kingdom at this very moment in time. Also other international events happening. Congratulations to a lot of many things. And in many respects, you know, we've got the DTM taking place around about 95 kilometers southwest of our southwest of our position. The DTM is in action, the DTM Trophy. They've already had their first race winners this season, so congratulations to them. Obviously, I'm not going to provide any spoilers. Obviously, the British Grand Prix happens today. Obviously, qualifying happened yesterday. I'm not going to give anyone any spoilers because there's a lot of people that will hate me for doing so. But I am aware of some results. But I'm more interested in what's happening out on the circuit. Local time, 11:25 here in Belgium. So please don't forget, if you are watching at home, if you want to catch up with all the latest happenings on our social media channels, type in the search engine on Facebook, BNL Karting Series. On Twitter, it's at KartingBNL. And Instagram, it is at BMC_BNL. And of course, you can head to our official website, available 24/7, 365 in both English and Dutch languages, at BNL Karting Series. Just a couple of minutes away from our second 5-minute qualification session, and this time it will be 13 competitors from Minimax heading out on circuit here. Please excuse the rustling on the circuit PA. Even I'm having to wear a mask in the commentary box here. At the end of the day, we are mandated with further restrictions, obviously, by being given the green lights, and so we are cooperating. So please, another reminder to the paddock to make sure that you are wearing your face masks at all times, including in your tents, and also correctly wearing them over your nose and also over your mouth. Please make sure that your hands are washed and sanitized as much as possible to ensure safety for everyone here on site. And I still remember the first time I actually came back to the circuit. I'm reminiscing a little bit here just to help fill a little bit of time. I remember I came here back in, I think it was April 2018, my first ever trip over to Europe for a commentary, my first ever European commentary. And I was just astounded by the welcoming hospitality here at the circuit, you know, the colourful atmosphere, the great people that I've been able to meet now over what has been nearly the past 2.5 years. And this place feels like my home in terms of European commentary, because it's always wonderful to come over to Belgium. It's a place I have a lot of love for and affection and affection for, from someone who likes to travel. And in many respects, obviously with my particular heritage being part German by descent, I kind of got that feeling that I felt just as much a part of Europe as I am of the UK. So for me to now be back here in August 2020 is quite a lovely feeling, and it's good to see so many of you that I've had the opportunity to meet over the past couple of seasons and a bit to really get to know people, and it's so nice to have that opportunity to do something that I have a passion for. I love karting. It's one of those racing categories that really does bring out the new talents that could become superstars of the future. And it's great to see that all ages that are able to compete, and they actually take this very, very professionally indeed. You know, there are professional teams here with us this weekend that, you know, really their love for karting is shown through the pursuit of excellence, the pursuit of success, and to try and win as much as humanly possible. And it doesn't always work out for every team, but it's always good to hear the backstories and the banter and everything like that. And that's why I really feel at home within the karting fraternity, having started karting as my commentary sort of, that's how I got into commentary anyhow, through karting. And I've always had an affection and a true respect for everyone that goes out onto the circuit. And to be in the privileged position that I have is nothing short of heartwarming. And I love this sport, and it's one that I really, really do champion. Because if you want to see great, hard, fast action, and it might be the case that I might have multiple sided things to do, but as I say that, second qualification session is now getting underway. Minimax out on circuit. So, 13 competitors. The first one of which that went out on the circuit is Mick van den Berg from the Netherlands, followed by two Belgians in the form of Thomas Strouwen and Matej Radenkovic. Thiemen Huben and Casper Schomans representing the Netherlands. We have an Austrian in this field by the name of Nando Weichselbaumer in the 146. Karel Stout, Jasper Leenerts, Laurens Herbolts as well, representing Belgium. Germany's Tam Saleh, and then we've got Olivier Jonkers, we've also got Rino Franco, and also Mathis Soubadou from the Netherlands and France, respectively. So we have just over 4 minutes of this session still to go. Very rapid fire, as always. And qualifying, I think, is a key part of developing a driver's racecraft. And this is just a personal opinion here, is that you can be quick in a race, but if your qualifying isn't up to par, that can be a chink in the armour for any driver. And you see that every single time any particular class, any particular category, whether it's single-seaters, MotoGP, karting, touring cars, whatever, they are under the same amount of pressure, even here in karting. And it just shows how committed the drivers are to trying to put in that perfect lap. And there never is a perfect lap in the driver's eyes, because they'll come back, they'll look at the data. There is data acquisition in karting, believe you me. And that's how dedicated. And even these young drivers here, as Casper Schormans now leads the way in the 140, representing the Netherlands, followed by Nando Weichselbaumer and Reno Franco, rounding out the top three at the moment, all covered by 88 thousandths of a second. Thomas Strouwen from Belgium rounds out the top four ahead of Matej Radenkovic, with Olivier Jonkers and Laurens Herbols rounding out the top seven. Mick van den Berg in 8th. Tam Saleh and also Jasper Leenerts round out the top 10 positions. But Radenkovic now goes to the top of the timesheet, so 1 minute, 0.960 with just over 2.5 minutes of the session to go. Thomas Strouwen and Casper Schormans now round out the top three. So Weichselbaumer drops to 11th ahead of Mick van den Berg and Mathis Souvadou. As for those watching on the YouTube stream at home, welcome and thank you for joining us. As Thomas Strouwen leading a couple of karts, which includes, looks to be Matej Radenkovic in that. And then just behind, just trying to catch the number there, as they now filter their way down through from turn 9 into turn 10. 2 minutes on the clock to go. And it's still not easy to make any predictions on who's going to win what, who's going to get pole position. There's always that fly in the ointment kind of scenario here. As now Strouwen crosses the line, let's see if he improves. He goes top, followed quickly by Weichselbaumer, and a much better performance today by Belgium's Karel Stout from PG Motorsport in the 143, up into P3. And that changes quickly because now Reno Franco has other ideas, and the triple one from the Netherlands goes up into P2. And there is Casper Schormans just going through into turn 6 and has got the 129 of Mick van den Berg behind him as they go through into turns 7 and 8, into the left at 9, which will bring them onto the main straightaway between turns 9 and the right-hand sweeper at 10. 60 seconds on the clock. And the top three covered by just 0.051 of a second in qualifying. 0.187 to 4th for Karel Stout, and then a further 0.02 of a second is Casper Schormans from SP Motorsport from the Netherlands. They're all jockeying for position to try and get themselves into the optimum ahead of the pre-final a little bit later on this afternoon. Half a minute to go as Franco goes second again, as Radenkovic puts in a 1 minute 0.362, so the Belgian from Bouvin Power in the 196. Now, I think it's going to come down to this last lap, if I'm honest. And when I say that 12 of the 13 drivers are covered by just under 8.5 tenths of a second, with the top three covered by just over 91 thousandths, as Strouwen will be the first to cross the start-finish line, followed by Matej Radenkovic. The checker flag will first be seen by these two, so this will gauge the opportunity of how the qualifying session will unfold in its latter stages. Checker flag waves. Strouwen crosses the line first, followed by Radenkovic. Radenkovic goes first. Oh, Weichselbaumer pips Strouwen. Reno Franco, I'm just waiting, and he's going to cross the line now and goes third. So Strouwen was first, and within literally 15 seconds, he's been dropped from the top step of the perch down to P4. Top four covered by 0.080 seconds, and taking provisional pole in this session is Belgium's Matej Radenkovic in the 196. Ahead of Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer. Reno Franco makes it to 2-3 for GKS Lemons Power, followed by Dams Racing's very own Belgian hotshot Thomas Strouwen. It's an SP Motorsport Geo at 5th and 6th position, with Germany's Tam Saleh and Casper Schormans ahead of Jasper Leenerts from Belgium in 7th position this time around. Ahead of Thiemen Huben, Laurens Herbols, Karel Stout rounding out the top 10, covered by just 0.508 of a second. Olivier Jonkers in 11th ahead of Mick Vandenberg and Mathis Soubadou from France, all covered by 1.359 seconds. Next up will be in around about 8.5 minutes time, will be our halfway point of qualifying practice here at the Home of Champions for Junior Rotax at 11:45 local time. So just briefly before we get qualifying underway for Junior Rotax, the 6 drivers that are now confirmed through to the top 36 in Senior Rotax are Jordi van der Eyck, Robin Crutzen, Flint Schuring, Kian Sang, Scott Westhovens and Clementine Benoit. I've seen that there's been a couple of other drivers that have been penalised, which includes the 380 of Sen Van Til and Maurice Schuring, going into the runoff area, which gives them an automatic 5-second time penalty. So unfortunately, their races are now done for the weekend. But now Junior Rotax heads out onto the circuit for their last qualifying session of the weekend as the timer starts ticking away. And at the moment, the driver that has really been putting the stamp on the weekend from SP Motorsport is Tim Gerhards in the 205. One of 2 twin brothers, brother Nick, and I also caught up with both them and their dad briefly this morning and yesterday afternoon. So good to see them making the move from Minimax. Tim took the B&L Karting Series title last year, which was featured on part of a documentary about twins, and the B&L Karting Series featured on it with my even with me commentating, and also the podium celebrations last October, where we had Rinus VK, or Rinus van Kamthout, as he's more commonly known over in these parts with his full name, but the Americans can't say that for Toffee, and I think I'm probably not that much better. But he's running with Ed Carpenter Racing, and he's recently had a top 5 in the NTT Data IndyCar Series, so good luck to Rinus over in the US of A. 3.5 minutes to go in this session, and at the moment, Bruno Mulders, who was in the trenches yesterday, is now topping the timesheets with a 1:07.28. Expect the times to drop below 60 seconds in this session over the next 3 minutes and 19 seconds. As Max Knappen now goes top in the 2:48, 1:0.572. And then here comes JJ Racing's Lukas Schoenmakers, followed by Eliska Babikova, who did a fantastic job taking 3rd place in the pre-final yesterday, but an incident involving herself and Tom Braken, good to catch up with him and his mum this morning, meant that Eliska was not able to continue the final, as they are now going into, we've dropped quite considerably below the 60-second barrier, as now I count 7 drivers, make that 8, that have just gone sub 58 seconds. And the quickest of them all from RS competition representing Denmark is the 220 of Milan Ritter, who looks to be going through turn 7 very, very shortly. But Max Knappen jumps back to the top of the timesheets by 0.048 of a second. Then Schoenmakers responds and goes sub 57, as does Babikova. So those two are 96 thousandths of a second apart in terms of their pure lap pace here in qualifying, with 2 minutes on the clock to go. So Schoenmakers, Eliska Babikova, and then Tom Braken from Belgium. Then it's the turn of Christian de Klein in the 299 from the Netherlands, who gets quickly deposed by Milan Ritter in the 220. Luc Visser and Matthijs Turlo round out the top 6 positions. Ralf van der Pevert gets dropped by Colin van Lammeren out of 13th into 14th position, but then Raphael Henhofer from Germany in the 231 goes P9, with Eliska Babikova rounding out the top 10, all covered by just under 0.6 of a second in this session. Then Max Knappen gets ahead of Bruno Mulders for P3. 1:20 on the clock to go, as Schoenmakers again goes to the top of the timesheets and goes to sub 56.4, as Babikova goes back up into P3. Joris Schoens from the Netherlands up into P12 ahead of Tom Braken. And this is getting incredibly close, because the top 19 separate, covered by just over 0.82 of a second. 60 on the clock remaining. Tom Braken goes provisional pole, a 56.050, 0.055 ahead of Christian de Klein, but then it's, that's Bruno Mulders, now Tom Braken P3, and they are separated by just over 1/10.5 as we go into the last 45 seconds. Everyone jockeying for position. Colin van Lammeren goes up into P17. Make that P18 as Raphael Henhofer now jumps up into 12th place. So 30 more seconds on the clock remaining in this halfway point of the qualifying practice sessions, as we'll have DD2 in, well, at about 12 o'clock, so in just over 10 minutes' time. Eliska Babikova past Thomas Martins for P6 on the road, so the 2-3-3 from the Czech Republic. Doing very, very well indeed. Tern Schmidt up into P14. Tim Gerhards and then Thomas Martins quickly take it. Provisional pole is Kai Gielert. Oh, he's gone undone it and got up to P3 at the minute, but the times are going to change all the way through the next, I think, probably the next 45 seconds or so. So at the minute, Milan Ritter provisionally second, Kai Gielert's provisionally third, Magnus Pedersen fourth, Mikkel Pedersen eighth. Renhofer rounds out the top 10, Turlo 15th, ahead of Van Lammeren and Luc Visser. Ralph van der Pever at 22nd. Tom Bracken drops to 10th place as Max Knappen takes 9th. Raphael Renhofer drops out of the top 10 into P11. So Gielert drops down to 4th as Sean Makers goes 3rd. But we've got the likes of Decline, Martins, Gerhards and Mulders and Bracken waiting in the wings. I want to see if there's an improvement from Nick Gerhards, who had a dismal qualifying session yesterday. As Tom Bracken goes P3. No, he doesn't. He goes P4 because Tim Gerhards goes through. But provisionally speaking, it is Christian Decline from CRG Holland on the 299 from the Netherlands that takes provisional pole by 0.048 of a second. And then Tim Gerhards is 6 thousandths off in P3. Take it another 37 thousandths of a second. It's down to Tom Bracken. Thomas Martins takes P5 ahead of Milan Ritter, Lukas Schoenmakers, Bruno Mulders, Kai Gielert and Magnus Pedersen rounding out the top 10, all covered by 0.312 of a second. Then from 11th downwards, it is Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark, Sam Bergstein from the Netherlands, Max Knappen also from the Netherlands. Eliska Babikova's got a bit of work to do later on, well, early part of this afternoon in the pre-final from 14th, ahead of Nick Gerhards, a bit of a better qualifying session for the 206. Raphael Renhofer, the sole German in this field, takes P16 ahead of Matthew Sturlo. And then it's a cavalcade of Dutch drivers with Colin Van Lammeren in 18th, Luc Visser in 19th, Tern Schmidt in 20th ahead of Joop Breedveld, Joris Schoens and Ralph van der Pevert rounding out the 23 that were covered by just 0.967 seconds ahead of the Czech Republic's Petra Babikova in the 232 with the 221 as Gilles Clouet rounding out the 25 strong. Could I please ask that the following driver, Minimax 111 Renault Franco, please report to the stewards immediately. That's Minimax driver Renault Franco 111 to the stewards immediately, please. Thank you. So again, as always, through Junior Rotax, just like we see with the seniors, qualifying is always a close quarter affair, especially in terms of the lap time differentials between drivers. I mean, I'm looking at the splits at the moment, and some positions were decided by 5 1,000ths, 7 1,000ths of a second, 6 1,000ths. The closest gap was between Milan Ritter and Lukas Schoenmakers from the Netherlands. They were separated for P6 and P7 by 1 1,000th. That's how finite it is, and it was the same between Luc Visser and Tern Schmidt for 19th position on the grid. So if you think these drivers are taking it easy, that's very, very much far from the truth. And in about 7 minutes' time, we will get underway with our penultimate qualifying session of the first round of the season here at Karting Genk with DD2. We head to our penultimate qualifying session of the day here on finals day for round 1 of the 2020 B&L Karting Series season. The green flag waves at the end of the pre-grid, and the drivers will now start to make their way out onto the circuit. DD2 up now for their 5-minute qualifying session. Timer has started ticking down already, as we will find out who out of the 21 drivers in this session will be on pole position for the pre-final. DD2 comprised of 8 different nationalities, 21 drivers in total, the biggest contingent being of Belgium. And there is an eerie silence that's fallen at the moment, so we've had just over 30 seconds elapsed on qualifying so far, and I've yet to hear a Rotax engine come out of the pre-grid. And I wonder who's going to be the first one to blink and decide, you know what, I'm going to go out first. So that's 60 seconds down, and now 2 drivers decide to get out of the pre-grid, as does a third. Now they're starting to come through, and the first 2 actually are 2 German drivers in the form of Chris Kopp in the 426 and Max Fleischmann in the 406, followed by Wout Antonissen from Belgium, Jordi Klebold, and then Brindley Kinch comes out, and then everyone else starts making their way. I've just seen, looks to be Silaslitter just coming out of the pre-grid. So some drivers are on the circuit, some drivers yet to make their way onto the circuit, and we have just over 3 minutes to go. We've got another driver just coming out now, and that will be Mick Knowlton in the 403. And then everyone else decides, right, I need to get out there. I want to keep the perfect position. So it looks like we've got 14 drivers now out of the 21 that have got onto the circuit. Max Fleischmann sets the initial benchmark, well, not for long, because Brindley Kinch puts in a 58.7. So the Brits in the 457. Ahead of now, well, it was Brindley Kinch. It's now Sebastian Janczewski, the sole Polish driver, that goes top ahead of Jamie Billings. 8 drivers have registered a lap time, the last of one of which at the bottom of the top 8 is Wout Antonissen. So we are into the 56.7s, and we've now got just over 2 minutes. As you know what, one of the interesting things about qualifying is that you'll see some drivers, as there's Bas Lammers, now getting some heat into the rear Mojo tyres on the back of the Sodi car. He's being followed by, looks to be Zon of Sherlach, and also I think I just spotted Glenn Van Parijs in the 415, as they will now start to push the envelope of adhesion. Janczewski goes top with a 55.118 ahead of Chris Kopp, Max Fleischmann, Antonissen, Klebold, Kinch. Silaslitter goes sub 55. First driver to do so in the session, 54.929 for the 444 from RS Competition. Just under 90 seconds of this session remaining. We had eerie silence for well over a minute, and then everyone started to get through the floodgates. So we're heading into the last 70 seconds on the clock. As now Mick Knowlton goes P5. Liveris from Greece, the sole Greek driver in this entire 129 driver field, goes up into P2. And Antonissen now up into P6. Kinch up into P11. Lammers, Shriblack, as Mahacek goes top. Shriblack goes second, but has another opportunity with the flying lap. Mahacek is quicker, well, was quicker than Shriblack. He's now quicker than Van Parijs, who's just gone second with a 54.248, 68 thousandths off of the Austrian. Bas Lammers takes P5 initially, and then Mick Knowlton goes top. Better outing for the 403 as Liveris goes P3. Now P4 as Mahacek and Lasse Andreasen round out the top 2. Steiner from Germany up into P6. Fleischmann up to P10. He qualified P17 yesterday, so a better showing in the cooler conditions. And Donnison P14. Lammers down in 9th place. As the checker flag now waves, the drivers will get... Oh, he's thrown that one right in the deep end as Baz Lammers on his final lap pulls it out of the bag like a silent ninja assassin. But he does get beaten, by the closest qualifying margin this weekend so far. But it is not over yet, because Van Parijs has gone provisional pole with a 53.769. 6/1000ths ahead of the Netherlands' very own 4:45 of Baz Lammers. Mahacek can only muster as high as 3rd, but only still a respectable .034. Schriblak takes 4th. Liveris takes 5th ahead of Mick Knowlton. A stronger showing for the Dutchman this time around. Marcel Steinert in 7th ahead of Lasse Andreasen from Denmark. Sebastian Janchevsky and Florian Breitenbach round out the top 10, all covered by .558 of a second. Then it's a further 41 thousandths down to Antonissen from Belgium. Luc Schepers, Jan Ngussens, Max Fleischmann increases by 3 positions in qualifying this time around to 14th, followed by Oliver Breitenbach, who rounds out the top 15. Chris Kerp, Silas Ritter, I think, has called it a day on qualifying and actually qualifies down in 17th. Ahead of Maxime Derricks from Belgium, Jamie Billings and Brindley Kinch from Great Britain, respectively, round out the top 20, with Jordi Kleebold from Belgium in the 4:10 in 21st position. The entire field covered by 1.426 seconds, with Chris Kerp in 16th being 0.855 seconds behind our pole sitter provisionally, Glenn Van Parijs from Belgium. We have one more qualifying session to go, taking place in around 8 minutes' time here at Karting Genk. Last but by no means least, we welcome back DD2 Masters out onto the circuit in just a couple of moments' time. About a minute or so's time away from getting our final qualifying session of the weekend started, and it will be DD2 Masters up next. So we will have, for all 6 classes here on finals day, Sunday the 2nd of August 2020, each class will have a pre-final and a final, each lasting in duration 13 minutes plus 1 additional lap. So for DD2 Masters, we have 17 competitors from 5 different nationalities, the biggest contingent of which is Germany, with 5 in this class. Germany have representatives racing in 4 classes. And in this we also have 4 from Belgium, we have 4 from Great Britain, 3 from France and 1 from the Netherlands. So we will see very, very shortly what happens, as now the local time hits 12:15 Central European summertime, and the green flag waves as the end of the pre-grid for the final qualification session, as the DD2 Masters drivers decide to get out very, very expediently indeed. So DD2 Masters this weekend has seen a bit of a reinvigoration for the 555 of Christoph Adams. We've also had some great performances by many drivers up and down the order. Had a really good chat with Konrad Bayer, who came into the weekend, had a trouble with the first chassis, which I saw actually when I met up with him Saturday morning, which is scuffed to hell underneath. So a lot of the lovely green paint that adorns the chassis is ripped off, and you can see the amount of metal that has just literally been put through the ringer because of the ground clearance on these karts. And then showed me the right front of the chassis itself, where it connects the stub axle and the wheel bearing and the hub, and you could just see a big crack there. So Konrad Bayer will be running on hopefully a different chassis. So looks like he's had a better race yesterday afternoon in the second final, finishing 9th. But Christoph Adams has done the double so far this weekend, so he is the one with the bullseye on the back of his racing overalls. So the initial benchmark has been brought up by Jim Ringelberg in the 595 from the Netherlands, with both Great Britain's very own James Beecroft in the 517 and Tamsin Germain in the 525, rounding out the top 3. Then it's a duo of French drivers in the form of PKS Competitions Rudy Champion and then Bruno Dos Santos. There is the 544 of Rudy Champion, actually going through turn 10 and now into turn 12 on your screens at home. So Ringelberg, that's a couple of quick changes there. Tamsin Germain was the first one to dip under the 55-second bracket by just 1/1000th of a second, and then all of a sudden Tom Dessert comes flying in from absolutely nowhere and puts in a 54.715. Bart Koeman from Belgium makes it 2 Belgians in the top 3, with the top 3 being covered by 0.546 of a second. James Beecroft and Jim Ringelberg round out the top 5 ahead of Bruno Dos Santos, Dimitri Ostrowski from Germany, Rudy Champion, Roland Kinch, Konrad Bayer rounding out the top 10. One of the nicest guys I've ever met in the Rotax racing paddocks on my travels, Germany's Tanju Yildiz in 11th position in the 572. Such a mild-mannered individual. I mean, you know, you'd love the guy if you ever met him, you'd love him so much you can't really hate the guy. That nothing is ever too much trouble. He'll always talk to everyone in a gentlemanly fashion, and that's a really nice, endearing quality. But he loves to go out and race, irrespective of where he finishes. And I've seen some really good performances from him over the last season or so. Tom Dessert now is just 27 thousandths ahead of Bruno Dos Santos. Then it is a further 46 thousandths back to Tamsin Germain from Great Britain. Dimitri Ostrowski and James Beecroft round out the top 5, all covered by 0.185 seconds. Carl Klebort having a bit of a disaster in the office yesterday, having come together with Rudy Champion off of turn 6 in, I think it was the pre-final yesterday, which abruptly ended his race. And also, he got a 5-second time penalty for causing an avoidable collision. A real shame for him, but I'm sure that De Backer will come back firing and hopefully not throwing any pies in anyone's faces whilst he's out on track, because God forbid that be well against the regulations. So we've got just over 47 seconds to go, and Dessert is leading. It's a French 1-2 at the moment as Rudy Champion gets ahead of Tamsin Germain by just 3 1,000ths of a second. Carl Clibort now senses an opportunity to get a first pole position of the season. Goes to within 30 thousandths of Tom Dessert, so it's a Belgian 1-2, then France being represented by Dos Santos and Champion, then it's Great Britain 5th and 6th through Tamsin Germain and James Beecroft. The top 6 separated by 0.122. It's 3 1,000ths from Champion to Germain, and then 7 1,000ths as now Beecroft goes to the top of the timesheets with just a matter of seconds on the clock to go. Beecroft, who had technical dramas in qualifying last time yesterday, was around P12 if memory serves me correctly, but he goes 20 thousandths quicker than Tom Dessert. The checkered flag out for the final qualifying session of the day, and Tanyel Yildiz will take 16th place on a 55.413. Carl Clibort, Michael Becker jumps up to 4th on the last flying lap. Christoph Adams down in P7. Ian Gepps from Belgium rounds out the top 10. Now we just see what happens with the remainder of the field, as I see Tamsin Germain and James Beecroft heading through turn 11, being followed by Tom Dessert. So now, this is where it's going to all change. Let's see how the order reshuffles itself. Looks like Ringelberg's going to cross the line first. And, well, that has changed quite a bit, because now Tom Dessert went 48 thousandths quicker to take pole, but it was not from James Beecroft. Bruno Dos Santos from France takes P2. Beecroft in 3rd. Carl Clibort in 4th place, having looked to be hotly tipped, maybe for a provisional pole position. He takes P4 ahead of Germany's Michael Becker in the 526. Then it's another German in the form of Dimitri Ostrovsky in the 580 that will be 6th. Ahead of Christoph Adams, our double race winner from yesterday, Rudy Champion in 8th place, ahead of Tamsin Germain from Great Britain in 9th, and was only 3 1,000ths off of taking P8 away from Champion. Ian Gepps rounds out the top 10, a further 3 1,000ths off of Tamsin Germain. The top 10 covered by 0.274 of a second. Andreas Schindler from Germany, Jim Ringelberg, down all the way in 12th position ahead of Konrad Bayer. Bart Koeman will be on P14 ahead of Roland Kinch, Tanyel Yildiz, and Ronald Billings rounding out the 17 strong, and they were all covered by 1.027 seconds. That's it for qualifying practice. We now head. The lunch break officially starts in 8 minutes' time, and just before 1:15 this afternoon, the build-up begins for the business end of this weekend here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, for the conclusion of the first round of the 2020 BNL Karting Series. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. I will be back with you at just after 1:10 this afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the business end of the first round of the B&L Karting Series for 2020, being hosted here at the home of champions in Karting Genk in Belgium. And to those watching from across the globe, we bid you welcome, and we hope you are all keeping safe and staying healthy in these difficult times. First up, it is our first of 6 pre-finals. And it is our youngest competitors, Micromax, now out on circuit. Your grid for the pre-final on Sunday, August 2nd, is as follows. So starting from pole position will be from the Netherlands, Mats van Rooyen in the 3. Alongside will be the number 8 of countryman Mies Huben, running in the GKS Lemons Power livery. Then we also have Max Sadursky in the number 19, rounding out the top 3 positions. Zdeněk Babíšek from the Czech Republic in the number 80 will line up alongside the Dutch driver on row 2. And rounding out the 6-strong grid, 3 rows in total, it will be Jake Menton in the 31 in 5th, and alongside will be Bols Maximov from the Netherlands in the number 30. 13 minutes on the clock. They are on their sighting lap at present, and they will then go on to the formation lap. So this is where the real test for any driver at the business end of any weekend gets underway. So from around now until about 5:15, 20 past 5 local time, barring any delays or stoppages, we will have a total of 12 races, all comprising of 13 minutes plus an additional lap. The event results for this weekend will be decided as follows. Senior Rotax is the only exclusion, as their weekend result will be based on the pre-final and the final today. The event result for all other categories will be the two races that happened yesterday, the pre-final and the final, and also the 2 races today, the second pre-final and final. So it is Van Rooyen, Huben, Sadursky, Babíšek, Menton and Maximov. It might be just 6 competitors, but as we saw when they got the action underway yesterday afternoon, they show that they are just as capable as anybody else as they now make their way through into turn 12. For the start of the rolling start. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. They come around the exit of the corner, heading into the tram lines. Once, twice, and 3 times we are off and running. Heading to turns 1 and 2, and it's 3 abreast for 4th position as everyone's trying to scrabble for some traction, and as it looks like that Bols Maximov is a little bit further adrift of everyone else, but up the inside, oh, that's a great move from Max Sadursky up the inside of Mats van Rooyen. So he's got past Mies Huben and also Mats van Rooyen to take the lead as Max Sadursky. And that was pretty neatly done as Mies Huben goes into the slipstream of the number 3 as they head through turn 8 as we speak. So the sunshine returns after the overcast skies we had this morning for the Senior Rotax second chance heat and also the 5 qualifying sessions. As now Sadursky trying to break away from the 2 behind. So Sadursky has won both races yesterday and looks to try and do his level best to see if he can keep ahead of the 2 in front. We complete lap number 1. And Max Sadursky takes a quick glance over the right shoulder, make that 3 glances in quick succession as Bols Maximov trying to go up the inside and gets past Jake Menton for turn 2. So the top 3, which is Sadursky, Van Rooyen and Huben, they are separated by just 0.362 of a second. Babíšek a little bit lonely in 4th, with Menton being passed by Maximov through turn 2 just a moment ago. But the 3 leaders heading their way down into turn 7. Sadursky keeping a nose ahead at the minute, but Van Rooyen and Huben have shown good pace all the way through the weekend, and they have a pole position apiece between them. But neither of them have secured a victory as Jake Menton up the inside of Bols Maximov can't get past through turn 9. Took a bit of curb there, unsettled the back end of the kart as they now come through turn 11. As the leaders now make their way through turn 12, we go on to what will be lap number 3 of this race. Swiderski now has a lead of 0.165, so the two behind are quickly closing on the back bumper of the number 19, with Mats van Rooyen and Mies Huben trying to hustle their karts all the way through turns 2, now into 3 and into 4. Maximov at the back of the field trying to fend off Jake Menton for P5. Great little battles between these young competitors as Jake Menton goes towards the inside of Boz Maximov through into turn 6 but can't get through. Maximov starts pulling away, then Menton closes up into the braking zone. But the biggest development starting to show is that the top 3 are pretty much interlocked, not by wheels I might add, but they are interlocked into a battle. We've had just under 3 minutes of this race completed. So a total of 26 minutes plus 2 additional laps for all categories this afternoon. Lap number 3 now in the books. Swiderski leads. Van Rooyen and Huben make it a Dutch 1-2-3 at the moment as Van Rooyen tries to go towards the inside, jinks to the outside, and then Swiderski takes a wider line through turn 2 to cut the door off shut the door quickly. As Menton still battling away with Maximov. Babishek from the Czech Republic still pretty much very lonesome in P4 as Huben now bump drafting on the back of Van Rooyen. As again, you can just see how much these 3 drivers at the front are willing to get the upper hand. And Swiderski at the moment still has the upper hand initially, but not by much. It's like literally a very thin thread on a piece of string that he's leading this race by, as they now come out quite quickly out of turn 11. Through into turn 12, the 3 leaders are pretty much line astern. You can't really put much between them, as now Mies Huben drops a bit back off of Van Rooyen, who closes up very, very quickly to Max Swiderski into turns 1 and 2. Swiderski at the moment still defending. And it is a case of, how come I'm not getting away, is the question he's probably asking right about now. Because they've been running a 1:02.635 on the best time for Swiderski. He's actually the slowest out of the top 3, but by only 7 thousandths of a second, as Van Rooyen again looks up the inside of the number 19 going into turn 7. Now into the right-hander at 8. Into the left at 9. And you can see that Van Rooyen is trying to sort of do the sort of like the dummying tactics here, as if to try and force an unforced error or a mistake from Max Swiderski. But Swiderski in the 19, quite clearly not having any of it at the moment, but they are taking off into the distance ahead of Babishek from the Czech Republic, who is still in P4 at the moment. About 2.4 seconds off of this battle. It might be a bit further extended this time around. 3 seconds between, as Mies Huben sends it up the inside of Mats van Rooyen for P2. Neatly done by the GKS Lemons Power driver through the apex of the corner and manages to make the move complete by turn 3. Now, Mies Huben will want to get to the front of the field and was the quickest out of the top 3. Now on the back bumper of the number 19 is the number 8 as they now head into turn number 8. And you cannot really separate them at the moment, as we are about 30 seconds or so, or about a minute away from getting to 6 minutes on the clock to go. 7 minutes down, well, 6 minutes down, 7 to go, plus a lap. Swiderski still leading. Babishek was 3 seconds adrift last time around, as the top 3 are about 0.6 of a second, all 3 of them faster than the Czech driver, as again Swiderski leading the way, having started from 3rd position, jumped up into the lead very, very quickly, past the 2 behind, with now Huben having a slight upper hand on Mats van Rooyen. There is the battle between Jake Menton, who is now, and Boz Maximov, with the former getting past the latter for 5th place. So a great little battle at the back end of the field. Mies Huben, in the meantime, still closing and keeping in proximity of Max Swiderski. So just over 6 minutes to go in this race. And it is still very much undecided. As now, again, Van Rooyen looking towards the inside through turn 10 on Mies Huben. Can't really see an opportunity there, but keeps in the tow and keeps waiting for that chance to strike. It's not a case of if, it is a case of when that will happen. And this is very much a bit like cadet racing. Oh no, as I say that, Mats van Rooyen sends it up the inside to retake P2 from Mies Huben. So this is very much like, there's a category in the UK called cadets. Round about the sort of same age group, I would imagine, or nigh on, of these youngsters. And you always find that there'll be a pack at the front of the field. And what will happen with that pack is they will work together to get away from the rest of the field, which is what they are doing. The gap between them now, which is Mies Huben. Well, it was originally Mats van Rooyen before he sent it up the inside of Mies Huben on turn 2 a few moments ago. They are 3.9 seconds ahead of Zdeněk Babešek as Boaz Maximov gets past Jake Menton again, so the battle for P5 still very much alive here as we head into the last 4 minutes and 43 seconds plus an additional lap. Swiderski still keeping that lead, and you can just see he's taking the slightest amount of glances over the right shoulder. Now, let's be completely honest. If you get into a single-seater, you will have mirrors. In karting, you have to use spatial awareness and sheer blind instinct and see or hear or anticipate. And those are three things that a racing driver in karting definitely must need as part of their skill set. And that is something that they learn in their formative years. So this cat and mouse game, which has now started to sort of elongate rather than concertina as it has been for the majority of this race as we head into the last 4 minutes. Max Swiderski now pulling away. Great work by Boaz Maximov to keep ahead of Jake Menton. Is going to try and look up the inside of turn 9. Nearly goes side by side with the number 30 coming out of the corner. And then Boaz Maximov looks to the right and thinks, where is this guy? And as they come through turn 10 and into the left at 11, and Jake Menton really trying his best to get up the inside and takes a tighter line, but Maximov does a really good sweep back. Oh, and he clips the curbs on the inside coming out of turn 12 and spins onto the grass. So that gives Jake Menton a crystal clear country mile ahead of the number 30, because it was just the way that Maximov was building to that move. And it's just the curbs just unsettled the back end of the kart, caught the number 30 into a tailspin, as up at the front of the field, Mies Huben has meanwhile retaken second position. So Max Swiderski can sense that with just under 3 minutes plus an additional lap remaining in this first pre-final, the first of 6 this very afternoon, to have an opportunity to say, right, I know that when they start to battle with me, I might feel it coming, not see it coming. There's a difference between having, flying by the seat of your pants, as Mies Huben now senses the time, goes past Max Swiderski, who instantly counter-attacks through into the halfway point of turn 1 and gets the move done on the exit of turn number 2. This is pretty clean, fair racing at the top 3. But Swiderski had that killer instinct, and you can see that when a driver goes, I'm sorry, you won't be passing me, but Mies Huben has other ideas and sends it up the inside of Max Swiderski through into turn number 7 and gets the move done before they even hit the entrance for turn 8. But now the race is well and truly on, as Swiderski is going to try and fend off. He's looking towards the inside of Mies Huben up into turn 10. The 19 goes up the inside, a little clatter on the right front corner of the number 8 from the Netherlands, and Max Swiderski retakes the lead through turn 10. Mats van Rooyen just behind, and now there is a couple of kart lengths between first and second position, but they get ever closer going into turns 1 and 2. Swiderski trying to hold on. He's won 2 races yesterday, and the way things are going, we still have about 75 seconds plus an additional lap in this race still to go. So Swiderski, Huben, Van Rooyen That is the top three, and they have been pretty much line astern for all of this race so far. 60 seconds. It comes down to the final few seconds of this race that will see things decided, because once they cross the stripe this time around, we'll have completed 12 laps through turn 11. It's difficult to pick apart who's going to win this race, and it is the one that chances it at the absolute perfect moment to strike, to sweep away all competitors, figuratively, not literally. And again, you can see the tactic from Swiderski. He's quickly glancing. He's like, you know, his the right-hand side of his head is going to the right-hand side, as Mies Huben now senses it could be time to re-attack the number 19. So they're coming through turn 6. 9 seconds on the clock. They'll probably get to around turn 7 before the timer runs out, or nigh on. So, 0. The clock does strike. The race is now at its time end. So this time around, the final lap board will be shown to Max Swiderski. But Huben and Van Rooyen now have kept themselves all the way through this race in contention, despite them both being on the front row, with Van Rooyen having started from pole position. Final lap board it is. Swiderski has just over 1,400 metres to keep the two behind at bay, but Huben trying to go towards the outside. And then Van Rooyen looks to the inside of Huben through into turns 1 and 2. Swiderski holds on for the minute. Through 3. Now into 4. Into the final of the triple left-hander at 5. Now into 6, and onto the back straight they will go. Huben looked towards the inside of Swiderski there, but can't strike yet. Turn 7 will give an opportunity to somebody, and it looks like Max Swiderski might hold on. He took a bit of a wider line coming into the corner that allowed Mies Huben and Mats Van Rooyen to close on towards the back bumper, but then Max Swiderski powers away through into the entrance of turn 9. They come down towards turn 10 for the final time. Swiderski really has done a great drive as, Van Rooyen goes up the inside and clashes side pods with Mies Huben. That has allowed the opportunity as they come round the final corner, the checkered flag. It is, now let's just have a look at this. Van Rooyen trying to go inside, but it is 3 for 3 for Max Swiderski. Ahead of the final this afternoon, he managed to keep Mats Van Rooyen at bay. And also Mies Huben a little bit frustrated there, because obviously they were coming in to, and now I'm looking a little bit further down the order, and looks like Zdenek Babashek has taken 4th position. Jake Menton takes 5th, and a very lonely and languishing Boz Maximov takes 6th position. But it is 3 for 3, convincingly, by Max Swiderski here in the pre-final for Micromax, ahead of their last race at 15:15 local time. Max Swiderski now has 3 wins in the book, takes a big bout of confidence into this afternoon's final race ahead of Mats Van Rooyen. Mies Huben rounds out the top 3 ahead of Zdenek Babashek with Jake Menton, and Boz Maximov rounding out the 6 strong in Micromax. It is Minimax out for their first pre-final, well, their first race of today. Your grid is as follows. So, starting on the front row in the Minimax pre-final on day 2 of the first round of the BNL Karting Series, we have Matej Radenkovic on pole position. Alongside will be Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer. And behind them, representing Belgium and Germany respectively, the 199 of Dams Racing's Thomas Strauven and SP Motorsports, Tam Saleh from Germany in the 150. Kaspar Schormans from the Netherlands, also from SP Motorsport, will have Jasper Leenerts from Belgium with the GKS Lemons Power Crew on row 3. Thiemen Huben and Laurens Herbots round out the top 8 positions, representing the Netherlands and Belgium respectively. Karel Stout and Olivier Jonkers make it an all-Belgian row number 5. Rounding out the 13 strong, Mick Vandenberg, Mathis Soubadou and Renaud Franco. Now, Franco was found to be a technical non-conformity due to being underweight, and as a result was excluded from the qualifying session, even though he had placed 3rd after the 5 minutes time qualifying session earlier on this morning. So once again, 13 minutes plus an additional lap. This time for Minimax, their penultimate race of the weekend. Top 10, Radenkovic, Weichselbaumer, Strauven, Saleh, Schormans, Leenerts, Huben, Herbots and Stout. 13 drivers. That's quite handy. We've got 13 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap in this first of 2 races, the pre-final for Minimax, to get things underway here this afternoon. The second of 12 races, all 13 minutes plus an additional lap. Shout out to Jen Wade, who's looking forward to some great finals this afternoon, having sent me a Facebook message directly. Thank you, Jen. Hope you're keeping well over in Austria at the moment. Red lights on the starting gantry once again, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your hats, because if you thought Micromax was interesting, let's see what Minimax brings to the party. Through into the tram lines they come. The Rotax roar comes back once again, and we are off and away. Great start from Radenkovic. Strauven going up into second, gets a little bit of a bump from behind into turn 2. As Weichselbaumer goes through into the runoff, manages to go up the inside, and here comes Kaspar Schormans. So Strauven really being hustled here, and is almost being passed by Huben up into turn 5, but Strauven hangs on for the minute. But in the meantime, there's another change as there's been an absolute carambolage into turn 6. And the 129 of Mick Vandenberg came off worst of everybody. Oh my goodness. So we had great composed driving, and then we have a carambolage in turn 6. So Micromax and Minimax respectively. However, Radenkovic leads. They come through into turn number 11. And this time it is the 146 of Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer that takes P2. And the accident, the multi-car accident happening a bit earlier on, threw the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons, as now Thomas Strauven still in 4th place. He's now got Thiemen Huben from Belgium. There's a change for the lead. Weichselbaumer strikes up the inside of Radenkovic and manages to switch back. And there comes Kaspar Schormans, right on the back bumper of the Belgian, going through turn 4. Now we head back up to turn number 6. And this time Radenkovic has gone side by side with Schormans, heading down to turn 7. The Buvin Power driver blasts past the SP Motorsport driver, and Strauven now back in the game. Closing whilst those two in front have been battling away tooth and nail. But Weichselbaumer is trying to break the toe from behind. But just like we saw in Micromax, this is where things get interesting. Renaud Franco, in the meantime, has got all the way up from stone dead last in 13th, and as a result of that turn 6 incident, now up into P6. So Radenkovic leads. Well, did lead because Weichselbaumer's got past. Must have slipstream past him down the main straightaway across the start-finish line. So Austria has a driver in the lead of a race. Weichselbaumer just fractionally ahead of Radenkovic. And now Thomas Strauven has got past Kasper Schormans for P3 and has broken away from him and also Reno Franco, who is absolutely flying at the moment. Fastest lap of the race for the 111 from GKS Lemons Power, a 1 minute .528. And at the moment, Radenkovic is actually the slowest out of the top 5, a 1 minute .825. As Weichselbaumer gets the head down, heading into the right-hand sweeper at turn 10. Radenkovic hunting him down, trying to grab a set of claws onto his prey as they come through into turn 12. Just 10 minutes remaining of this pre-final here on finals day on August 2nd. As now out of the slipstream comes Reno Franco and slingshots past Kasper Schormans into turn 2. Nicely done by the Dutch driver. Now was on the back foot but has responded. Now, did I just see a cart off? I'm not sure. Off of turn number 4. That might have just been a bit of the light glinting in my eye. I'm not too sure. But, however, there is one driver that is languishing a bit further down the order. That is Mick Vandenberg, who is way down the order, as it looks to be that we've got to move. That's Tam Saleh up the inside of Lawrence Herbals just a moment ago. But Weichselbaumer is not being allowed to breathe by Matej Radenkovic from Belgium. Strauven trying to close up. Franco up into 4th. Schormans down into 5th. Huben, Jonkers, Leenerts. Stout up into 9th past Herbos. Tam Saleh, Matisse Soubadou and Mick Vandenberg round out the 13, still circulating with 8 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock. And Matenkovic was looking racy going into turn 2, but thought discretion is the better part of valor. Now through turn 4. Through into turn 5. Now into the right at 6. Radenkovic still waiting for that opportunity to strike. And now we get a good run coming down into turn 7. If he was a bit closer, he might have had a chance through turn 7 that time, but Radenkovic holds back. Strauven was about 0.4 of a second off of the Warring 2 at the front, but looks to be a little bit closer now by about 3 kart lengths as they come down towards the right-hand sweeper at 10. Then into the left at 11. This time Strauven still trying to make inroads as the top 4 drivers, which is Weichselbaumer, who still lead at the moment as we go on to lap number 6 of this race. 7 minutes and 56 seconds plus an additional lap to go. Radenkovic goes for the lead and gets it nice and cleanly, slingshotting past Austria's Nando Weichselbaumer through turn 2. But that has allowed Thomas Strauven to close back up once again. The Dams racing driver, as again, Weichselbaumer does the... goes up the inside. Radenkovic with the cutback. Successful on that. And now here comes Strauven through into turn 7. A great exchange between the top 3. They are not giving quarter, but they are racing hard, fair, and clean. A little bit further back, Reno Franco is in P4 ahead of Kasper Schormans for P5 as they will now come through turn 10. And behind them, Thiemen Huben now leads Olivier Jonkers. Now I'm seeing where is Jasper Leenerts is doing a great job. He's now got past Olivier Jonkers to the GKS Lemons Power driver in the 177. Now up into 7th position. He represented Team Belgium last year at Sarno in this particular class as, again, Jonkers up the inside of Leenerts. And just up ahead, Thiemen Huben now really trying to break away, but the 3 behind, which is rounded out by Karol Stout from PG Motorsport in the 143. And Stout going towards the inside of Leenerts and takes the position through turn 7. Neatly done. That is for P8, but the leaders at the moment, Radenkovic still leads, but we have a change for second. Thomas Strauven in 2nd position representing Belgium. So it is a Belgium 1-2 at the moment on home soil. Nando Weichselbaumer, Reno Franco, Kasper Schormans, Thiemen Huben, Olivier Jonkers, Karel Stout, Jasper Leenerts, and Tam Saleh ran out the top 10 at the moment as they come across the line with 5 minutes and 55 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this second pre-final of the weekend. Strauver looking a bit closer to Radenkovic now as they go through turns 3, 4, now into the left at 5. They've dropped Weichselbaumer quite considerably in the meantime. Weichselbaumer was about nearly 0.6 of a second behind the 2 at the front as Strauver gets a really good run on Radenkovic going into turn 7. Won't make the move yet. Will size up, wait for his opportunity, and then strike. It's not a case of if, it's always a case of when will the overtake happen. And the only person that really knows how to pull out that strategy will be Thomas Strauven in second position. 5 minutes and 14 plus an additional lap to go. Great battle at the front of the field and all the way up and down the order, apart from the turn 6 incident on the very first lap. So local time, 13:46 Central European summertime as we go into the last 5 minutes. And Strauven bumps Radenkovic from behind. They have got to watch it because if they get a front fairing penalty, it's an automatic 5-second time penalty added onto their race as Jonkers really starting to struggle a little bit as Karel Stout was trying to go up the inside through into turn 2. But Tam Saleh now trying to challenge for 9th position. Has got through, I think, on turn number 6. So that's a nice move there for the 150 from Germany. But then Karel Stout from Belgium quickly on the counter-offensive. Unable to make the switch back through turn 7. But is going pretty much toe-to-toe with the German going through the exit of turn 8 into turn 9. Leaders now coming through the right at turn 10 into 11. Weichselbaumer, who started on the front row alongside Radenkovic, is dropping a little bit further behind the top 2. So they now come across the line, completing lap number 9. 4 minutes on the clock, plus a lap. Strauven still not close enough, I fear, at the minute. But a lot can happen in another 3.5 minutes or so. And Strauven will know when to make that chance happen and make that opportunity present itself, or make an opportunity for himself, making it fair and clean. But this great battle a little bit further down the order, which has got in second in that train, which is Olivier Jonkers. Jasper Leenerts is just behind. And up ahead is Thiemen Huben in the 105. All 13 drivers still running. Matej Radenkovic holds the fastest lap of the race on lap number 9 with a 59.409. As the leaders now come through into turn 12, as some of the others now come through turn 11, as now Jonkers is sizing up Huben for a potential move. I would think that he's probably going to be better off coming out of turn 12, going down the start-finish straight, getting the head down, closing quickly. And this is the perfect opportunity. And as I say that, Jonkers up the inside. Oh, Huben does the switchback very nicely there indeed. And yet, Leenerts goes up the inside of Jonkers through turn 3. Nice work by the 177 there. A great brief exchange. And as a result of that, Jonkers went to 6th. Dropped down to 7th and instantly found himself in 8th position. Nice work by Jasper Leenerts as now he and Thiemen Huben trying to break away from those drivers behind. And it looks like Jonkers has lost out another position. This time to Tam Saleh from Germany. Getting into the last 120 seconds or so of this race, plus an additional lap. The battle is not at the front anymore. It's from 6th onwards. And 2 of the drivers at the front of that are from GKS Lemons Power, with Thiemen Huben leading the train from 6th position round to about 10th. So some great ducking and diving, dodging and weaving by those drivers. But Strauven is fast running out of time. Karel Stout comes out of the toe of Strauven as Jasper Leenerts goes up past Thiemen Huben. Nice move through turn 2, makes it stick by turn 3 and keeps ahead through turns 4, 5. Now into the right at 6. Huben will go back up the inside of him, retake the position. Nice awareness there from Jasper Leenerts, and in the process, Huben loses out another place. Oh my goodness me, it could be 3 by the end of the turn 7, and it is. Oh my goodness, in one fell swoop, you can make one move, and it costs you 3 positions. So some nice work there. So this means that Jasper Leenerts leads that train with just over 70 seconds on the clock remaining. Plus an additional lap, he's got Tam Saleh from Germany, Olivier Jonkers, Thiemen Huben, Looks like Karel Stout and Lawrence Herboz are at the back end of that train, as the leaders now will go on to effectively, I think they'll be close to the penultimate lap. But Yonkers now really having to fight back. All looks up the inside of Tam Saleh through turn 1 and into turn 2. Can't get past. Huben and Herboz battling over what is going to be effectively P10. Subadu and Mick Vandenberg still running at the minute, but Strauven is running out of time to go on the offensive against Matej Radenkovic. The gap was just under 0.2 of a second. Oh, wheels are rubbing between Saleh and Leenaerts, but Leenaerts is holding on. He's holding on. They clash coming into turn 7, as that was well timed by Olivier Yonkers, and Tam Saleh in the process has lost out 2 positions. Tries to go up the inside of Karel Stout through turn 9. Stout keeps ahead. This allows Huben and Herboz to come into the party. Saleh loses another place through turn 10. So that was 1 second on the board still to go, and the leaders just crossed the line. 2 laps left, and it is absolutely kicking off as I see that Herboz was, Huben was trying to get past Karel Stout. But oh my goodness me, it wasn't the front of the field, it was the mid-pack that has really come alive right now. As now Yonkers closing on the back bumper of Jasper Leenaerts, as the 2 GKS drivers in the form of Herboz now ahead of Huben. Huben has tumbled quite considerably as the leaders now come through turn 8, but now Olivier Yonkers trying to size up Jasper Leenaerts, going towards the inside through turn 7, gets the move done. Leenaerts will have an opportunity. He might be able to return the favour probably into turn 2 on the final lap of this race. Leaders now coming through. They will get the last lap board. Radenkovic is still holding on. Thomas Strauven senses a bit of blood in the water. Final lap it is in Minimax Pre-Final 2 on day 2 of the opening round of the season. Strauven not quite close enough yet. But Yonkers has got past Leenaerts. And Radenkovic has been closed in on because the homing beacon has been engaged, courtesy of Thomas Strauven. They go onto the back straight away for the final time. This is the chance he needs to use now, does Thomas Strauven, into turn 7. Can't get anywhere close. Through the right-hand sweeper at 8. Radenkovic is holding on, the lead about a kart length and a half. As Leenaerts is fast running out of time to try and get past Olivier Yonkers, but through turn 10 for the final time come the 2 leaders. And at the moment, Radenkovic still holding on by about 3 kart lengths going into turn 12 for the final time in this race. And the checkered flag this time waves around for Matej Radenkovic in the 196. Fractionally ahead by 2.2 tenths of a second ahead of Thomas Strauven. Nando Weichselbaumer, who started P2, ended up 3rd at the end of it. Rino Franco came back from stone dead last to finish in 4th place. 5th goes to Kasper Schumans. 6th to Olivier Yonkers, who had some great battling with the likes of Leenaerts, who finishes in 7th. Stout, who finishes in 8th. Tam Saleh in 9th. Thiemen Huben in 10th, with Lawrence Herboz, Mick Vandenberg, and Mathis Subadu from France. All drivers, all 13 drivers completed the race, completing a total of 15 laps. But going into the final this afternoon, the early afternoon winner in the pre-final is Matej Radenkovic. So for those people watching at home, are you comfortable? Are you sitting down? because you might have to brace yourselves very, very shortly. We're literally a few seconds away. Well, actually, as I say that, 13:55 local time. It is time for our penultimate race, the pre-final for Junior Rotax. And they start making their way onto their sighting lap, followed by their formation lap. Here is the grid as follows. Oh, we've had a breakdown. Before I say that, we've had a breakdown, and that looks to be one of the Gerhards brothers, I believe. So Kai Hielert, and there is a big gap. That is Tim Gerhards that has just broken down before we've even got onto the sighting lap. So the revised order, there will be 24 drivers taking part in that drama for the driver that took 2 wins yesterday. Christian de Klein will start on pole position. Alongside will be Belgium's Kai Hielert. There is a gap where Tim Gerhards would be in P4. That gives an opportunity to the likes of Luke Nielsen and Tom Braken. Now, Tom Braken was a Micromax champion for the B&L Karting Series in 2018, and now he came back home, let's say, but he's also doing a lot of other work. He's representing Belgium in international karting as they're trying to frantically work on the 205. Milan Ritter and Lucas Schoenmakers, that's row 4. Bruno Molders and Magnus Pedersen, that's the top 10 completed. Miguel Pedersen and Sam Bergstein rounds out the top 6 rows ahead of Max Knappen, Eliska Babikova, Nick Gerhards, Rafael Renhofer, Matthias Turlo, Colin van Lammeren, Luc Visser, Ton Schmidt, Joop Breedveld, also Jochi Schoens, Ralph van der Pevert, Petra Babikova and Gilles Clouet. But the drama now is that the winning streak is very much uncertain for one Mr. Tim Gerhards. A technical drama coming out of the pre-grid. Oh, that is not what you want to see. So we've had drama in Minimax, we've had great racing in Micro, and now we have a drama that befell one of the top drivers in Junior Rotax this very afternoon. But hopefully they can get things going at SP Motorsport. I know that I did see the kart being worked on. So I'm not going to go through the top 10 because it feels a bit incomplete saying that without Tim Gerhards. But, however, the front row is comprised of Christian de Klein from the Netherlands and Kai Hielert in the 274 from Belgium. 13 minutes once again stuck on the timer. Red lights on the starting gantry. This is where the action gets cranked up to the volume of 11 in the words of Spinal Tap. Into the tram lines we go. The revs rise, the lights are out, we are off and racing, and it's nearly 4 abreast. Oh, there's been a massive tangle. Oh, multiple karts, I count at least 7, as Tim Gerhards comes flying out of the pre-grid to the 205 back, and he will get an absolute get-out-of-jail-free card on that one. And we've got the 277 involved. That's Bruno Molders in the wars again. That's a real shame from the youngster. He's won the B&L Rotax Golden Trophy back in 2018, but it's not been going well this weekend. But in the lead of the race at the moment, that looks to be Kai Hielert in the 274 from Belgium. The youngster who managed to get through all the way through the field to win the B&L Kickoff Reboot 2.0. Now he's got an opportunity to get himself into a fighting chance to win this weekend. They swarm their way through turns 10, 11, now into the right at 12 as Eliska Babikova is battling away with Milan Ritter down towards the bottom part of the top 10. They cross the line to start complete lap number 1. Hielert has a lead of nearly half a second over Christian de Klein, and there's more action-packed battles, there's more moves going through turn 2. So at the moment, the running order is thus: Hielert, de Klein, Schoenmakers, Magnus Pedersen, Thomas Martins, Tom Braken, Eliska Babikova jumps up into 7th position. Bruno Molders and Rafael Renhofer, I think, were the 2 that were involved there. And in terms of the positioning of those 2 karts, Bruno Molders started in 9th and Renhofer was in 16th position. As now they've dropped to 24th and 25th, and at the moment Tim Gerhards is ahead of twin brother Nick. And now this is, now I've just seen Bruno Molders come through turn 4. The rest of the field now starting to move their way towards turn 12 as there's more pushing and shoving. The 248 of Max Knappen trying to go up the inside of Sam Bergstein. I think he's not. Has he made the move? No, I don't think he has, but they crossed the line. Let's have a look on the timing screens. Oh, and a great slingshot up the inside of Christian de Klein. That's Lucas Schoenmakers. So it is now a JJ Racing 1-2. So Schoenmakers has been in the thick of things. So Raphael Henhofer is the first confirmed retirement. We had 8 karts involved. Other drivers looks to be the likes of... I'm just having a look at the moment in terms of the qualifying side of things. Luke Neeson all the way down. Luke Neeson is currently in... Let's have a look here. 21st position. Mikkel Pedersen all the way down in 22nd. But now, this is where things really heat up because you've got 2 hard chargers, a Belgian and a Dutchman, followed by another Dutchman at the top 3. And the top 2 are teammates at JJ Racing. The biggest rule of racing, never take out your teammates. But Gielets has a lead of nearly 5.5 tenths of a second as a move up the inside for on Magnus Pedersen by Tom Bracken is unsuccessful through turn 2. Bracken doing 3 to 4 multiple campaigns this year. But the BNL Karting Series, which is definitely a place where he's cut his teeth in the world of karting. Now coming in to us as a junior Rotax driver and showing good pedigree and patience and pace at the same time. That's a lot of alliteration for a early Sunday afternoon. 9 minutes and 34 on the clock still to go. Schoenmaker is still in second, trying to hunt down Kai Gielets as now Tom Bracken sizes up Magnus Pedersen for a move as Eliska Babikova, who took third in the pre-final yesterday afternoon before she and also Tom Bracken came to blows through on lap 7 of the final through turn 3 yesterday afternoon as Bracken has got past Pedersen for P4. Now the work can start to begin. I'm keeping my eye on where Tim Gerhards is at the moment. He is still currently in P18. So at the moment, Kai Gielets really hoping for an opportunity to bring a bit of light to the end of the tunnel. As now, that's a great move. That's Eliska Babikova up the inside of the 261 of Magnus Pedersen. And along comes Milan Ritter for the ride. And they both get past the 261 by turn 7. Babikova again doing a great run there. And Petra Babikova is up into P13, having languished at the bottom part of the top 20 for the past 2 races. So 8 minutes and a half to go. Gielets still continues to lead, but Schoenmakers is pushing. Milan Ritter is the first driver I see within the top 10 that has gone sub 55 seconds and in the meantime has also set the fastest lap of the race. But that now goes to Lukas Schoenmakers, who's dropped the gap down to Kai Gielets to about 3.7 tenths of a second as Babikova is now having to fend off Milan Ritter and also Magnus Pedersen. But coming with them is Luke Visser, Thomas Martins and Joip Breedfield. So a lot of names to keep an eye on in this race. But Gielets still keeping it nice, calm and composed. He hasn't got the Herculean mountain to climb that he had last time out at the Kickoff 2.0 reboot. So Tim Gerhards, I think, has dropped all the way down to 24th. Maybe the technical gremlins have resurfaced for the 205 from the Netherlands, last year's BNL Karting Series Minimax champion. So we are fast approaching just over 7 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. And there is an absolute train of karts, and that is being led by Eliska Babikova, who's currently running in P5 ahead of Ritter, Pedersen, as Magnus Pedersen, Luke Visser, Thomas Martins. And that's a 4-kart train, and there's a 3-kart one behind, which has got Joip Breedfield, Max Knappen, and it's 3 abreast coming out of turn 6. Oh my goodness me, and the 2 RS competition karts have managed to get through. Oh, there's a little bit of a tussle between Milan Ritter and Eliska Babikova. This is bringing everyone into the party. Luke Visser leading that train now. Thomas Martins just behind. And then you've also got Breedfield and Knappen. This is getting very, very hot and heated. And that's not just the weather, it's the action out on the track. So we are now at half-time on the clock. 6.5 minutes plus an additional lap. Kai Gielets continues to lead. Tim Gerhards has unfortunately parked it and is a confirmed retirement. 2 karts down, 23 still running. And This is where things are getting very, very interesting indeed, because now Tom Braken has been closing on Christian de Klein. The gap between them last time around was just under 0.3 of a second, but now Tom Braken was over 0.2 of a second quicker than Christian de Klein. Rielert still leading the way. The top four cannot be separated as there are multiple battles up and down the order. Eliska Babikova has got to try and close up with Magnus Pedersen in 6th, Milan Ritter in 5th place. Tom Braken now sets the fastest lap of this pre-final for Junior Rotax on day 2. But the top four now covered by 1.2 seconds as Christian de Klein senses that Tom Braken is getting close and closer as time proceeds. 5.25 minutes left on the clock plus an additional lap. Braken has got the pace. He was ever so fractionally slower than Christian de Klein by 7/1000ths on that last lap. But also with the cars in front punching a hole through the dirty air, you also get that added unwanted bonus of instability. The back end feels a bit sketchy. It can sometimes feel like it wants to understeer or oversteer. So the driver's got to counterbalance that with their driving skill as the leaders now come through turn 12. 4 minutes and 40 still to go. 2 retirements, Tim Gerhard in the 2:05 and Rafael Renhofer in the 2:31, representing the Netherlands and Germany respectively, as both Milan Ritter and Magnus Pedersen get their heads down. Oh, now that was very close indeed between Christian de Klein and Tom Braken, battling away tooth and nail for P3. Up into turn 6, Braken strikes up the inside of de Klein. Nicely done there by the 218 from Belgium. Now he's going to head into turn number 7 as the 2 Oris competition carts of Milan Ritter and Magnus Pedersen still complete the top 6 at the moment. The top 2 getting ever so closer still, but it's been literally 0.5 of a second between Kai Rielert and Lucas Schoenmakers at the front of the field. They'll now come through to complete 10 laps, so that puts us into double-digit figures on lap count. 3 minutes and 41, plus an additional lap still to go. Rielert senses that Schoenmakers is closing. Gap now to just over 2.5 of a second. Schoenmakers getting a bit more late on the brakes through into turn 2. Braken trying to get away from de Klein but can't do so at the minute. However, Schoenmakers did a 55.495 ahead of Kai Rielert's 55.582. So Luc Visser seems to have a good scrap going on with Thomas Martins and Max Knappen for 8th to 10th place respectively. And just up ahead, looks like they've got Eliska Babikova battling away. And will be ahead of Thomas Martins in the brightly coloured kart there. Less than 3 minutes on the clock. Everyone's still battling away for position. Running order at the moment is Rielert, Schoenmakers, Braken, de Klein, Magnus Pedersen, Milan Ritter, Eliska Babikova, Thomas Martins, Luc Visser, Max Knappen, Breedveld, Van de Pavert, Turlo, Bergstein, Schoens, Petra Babikova, Van Lammeren, Nick Gerhards, Nielsen, Mikkel Pedersen, Turnschmidt, Gilles Chloé, Bruno Molders being the last of the 23 drivers still circulating. And we've had a penalty issued. That is for the 263 of Colin Van Lammeren. 3-second penalty added to the race time distance for 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the start. An automatically handed penalty. If you're all 4 wheels out, it's 5 seconds added to your time. Race time in total. So this time around, we will have this, and I possibly think, if they're running 55s at the moment, the top 2, they're running 55.5s and 55.4s respectively. So Rielert crosses the line. 1 minute 48 on the clock still to go, so that will probably give him a couple of laps before the timer expires. And then that will put us onto the final lap. And at the minute, no changes at the moment until you hit the lower part of the top 10 with Luc Visser losing out to Joy Breedveld, also from the Netherlands. And then Max Knappen still in 9th position as there looks to be a little bit of a skirmish going on a bit further down the order towards the bottom part of the top 15. As Nick Gerhards gets past Petra Babikova for position. Luc Nielsen gets past Colin van Lammeren also for position. Right, so let's just keep an eye on these this time around. So 52 seconds when they cross the line, the two leaders. So at the moment, Kai Gielerts and Lucas Schoenmakers separated by just over 0.3 of a second. Now go on to the penultimate lap of this race. Tom Braken, a further 9.67 of a second. This is a bit of a clash down the tail end of the order, and I think one of them might have been there might have been a bit of a bumping through by Nick Gerhards on Yuri Schoens for P15 through the exit of turn number 3. Leaders now coming through turn 9. Gielerts has been hanging on, and it looks like Schoenmaker is not having the same pace as his JJ Racing teammate there in order to mount an offensive. Eliska Babikova still ahead of Thomas Martins. Max Klappen now in 9th place. No other positional changes at the moment. Final lap board for Kai Gielerts from Belgium in the 274. Into turns 1. Now into the right at 2. Then it's the triple left at 3. Up into 4. As we see the two RS competition carts going. Oh, that's a great move up the inside of Thomas Martins by Max Klappen, who makes the move through turn 2 and makes it stick by turn 3. Leaders on the back straight now for the final time in this pre-final for Junior Rotax. They're now coming through as the two RS competition carts are going at it, hammer and tongs through turn 8. Oh my goodness me, Milan Ritter trying to get past Magnus Pedersen for what will be the last position in the top 5. So the leaders now coming through turn 11 as Pedersen goes defensive on Ritter round the final corner from JJ Racing. It's Kai Gielerts in the 274 from Belgium that wins the pre-final, and it's all kicking off a little bit further down the order as we've had the 232, the 263 and the 252. That's Petra Babikova, Van Lammeren, and looks like Mikkel Pedersen. Lucas Schoenmakers takes 2nd position ahead of Tom Braken. Christian de Klein, 4th place ahead of Magnus Pedersen. Milan Ritter loses out to Eliska Babikova on the last lap. So Babikova takes 6, so that's a 3rd, a DNF, and a 6th place for the Czech driver so far this weekend. Max Klappen pips Thomas Martins to 8th position. Joop Breedfield takes 10th place ahead of the Netherlands' very own Luc Visser. Ralf van der Pevert in 12th. Matthias Turlo and Sam Bergstein and Nick Gerhards rounding out the top 15 positions. Then in 16th, it's Luke Neeson, Yuri Schoens, Petra Babikova, Colin van Lammeren, Mikkel Pedersen, Tern Schmidt, Gilles Clouet, and Bruno Mulders being the last of the 23 drivers that finished the race, with Tim Gerhards retiring on lap 5, suffering technical dramas, going off of the pre-grid onto the sighting lap, and Raphael Renhofer, unfortunately, having his race ending on lap 1 earlier on. Now we go to DD2 this time around for our fourth out of 6 pre-finals here at the Home of Champions. Your grid is as follows. So on pole position, spoke to this lovely good man on a bit earlier on. Glenn van Parijs from Belgium will have the Netherlands' very own Bas Lammers alongside on the front row. Then it's Austria's Daniel Mahacek, and then two-time defending and reigning B&L Karting Series champion Zander Schurlak on row 2. DJ Liveris, aka the Greek Minotaur, as I've well known him as, when he gets the bit between his teeth, will line up alongside the Netherlands' very own Mick Knowlton. Marcel Steinert and Lasse Andreasen round out the top 4 rows. Ahead of Poland's Sebastian Janczewski, with Florian Breitenbach completing the top 10. Wotan Tonnison and Luke Schiepers round out the top 6 rows ahead of Max Fleischmann and Oliver Breitenbach, both representing Germany on row number 7. Christian Kopp from Germany and Jan Nigussens complete row number 8. And rounding out the 21-strong order, it is Silla Slitter, Maxim de Higsch, Jamie Billings, Brittany Kinch, and Jordi Klebold. So, this is where things really get into high gear. And when I mean high gear, these are gearbox karts. One of my favorite classes. Actually, I love every single class in Rotax. It doesn't matter, because every single time the Rotax Raw comes into life down the start-finish straight, when we go lights out, that is the biggest buzz as a commentator, because you know the anticipation is waiting. So Van Parijs and Lammers will control the pace. Through the final corner, Van Parijs on pole, Lammers alongside. They go into high gear. We go lights out and off and racing. Lammers towards the outside of Van Parijs. Parijs keeps it up the inside. Schurlak loses out, and Van Parijs uses the runoff to great advantage. But Daniel Mahacek trying to go side by side, nearly interlocking wheels through turn 5. Oh my goodness me. That was a brilliant start by Daniel Mahacek, but Lammers trying to get the blast past Glenn Van Parijs going towards the outside of turn 2. Couldn't get it through, but in the meantime, Nick Knowlton now up into P5 ahead of DJ Liveris. And now closing on the back bumper of Daniel Mahacek. This is close quarter DD2 action at its finest, and it's powered by 125 cc's of pure Rotax Max Evo power. Oh, one of the Knees racing carts go up into the curbing, and that looks to be Florian Breitenbach, I think, there. There's many respects. This is where the battle really commences. The heat is really on, as they say. So now Bas Lammers closing on Glenn Van Parijs, who has a fractional lead, 0.184 second after lap number 1. We have another 11 minutes and 53 seconds. So hold on to your hats, strap your safety belts on, and get ready to make those knuckles on your hands turn white. And I'm even running out of superlatives or cordial phrases to talk to you about certain situations. But in the meantime, Zander Schurlak has dropped Daniel Mahacek quite quickly. And now we'll start to close on the 2 in front. And at the moment, you've seen it in Micromax. We had that earlier on. This is the real big boys cat and mouse game, and his 2 well-versed exponents. Spoke with Glenn Van Parijs earlier on. He's been running in Porsche Carreras 911s quite recently, but he's come back into karting. He obviously won the Kickoff 2.0 reboot, got an entry, and he has been at the B&L Karting Series before as a senior Rotax driver, and he's had success. And he said, I really enjoy coming back to karting. Well, Glenn, it's on behalf of the B&L and Karting Genk, it's so good to have you back. Bas Lammers is still trying to hunt him down, but this is the early phase. This is where things will start to increase in terms of the volume of action. And I don't mean in terms of the pure noise that is coming into the right-hand side of the commentary box here, because I can hear that roar. I've missed it for so long. I want to experience. I might have headphones on for the circuit tannoy, but I can still hear the subtle nuances of when they're changing the gears, when they're pushing down on the throttle, they're putting on the brakes. You can hear every single type of noise, as Jamie Billings, unfortunately, is languishing down at the bottom of the order. And if he's not careful, because he's had a 2-minute 32 second lap time last time around. Well, he's actually a little bit slower than everyone else at the moment. 57.7 for the Brit. Not probably the race that he wants at the moment. But at the minute, both Dessert and Mahacek are closing on Schublak, as is DJ Liveris, who was the runner-up in this class last season. Missing out on the final race where there was that brilliant exchange between him, Zonov Schublak, and David Remy when we had an absolute torrential downpour late last year. And I think I saw the lead change 5 times in as many corners. So Mahacek and Mick Knowlton now closing up on closing up with DJ Liveris, trying to close up on them. Glenn Van Parijs, in the meantime, sets the fastest lap of the race at 4:46, and goes 2 tenths to the letter quicker on that last lap. But Baz Lammers, as Mahacek sends it up the inside to take third place from Zundrup Schublak. Schublak now having to fight tooth and nail. He now realises that if he's going to do the three-peat, he is going to have to fight every single step of the way. But in the meantime, the leaders have got a gap of about 1.1 seconds between themselves and now Daniel Mahacek. So whilst these 4 behind have been battling, the battle really that's going to implode at the front is going to be between Glenn Van Parijs and Baz Lammers. But the biggest thing is now, is I'm looking at the lap times. It's about a tenth or so between Van Parijs and Lammers. So we've got just under 8.5 minutes remaining. The gap now between first and second goes to 4.5 tenths. Van Parijs ahead of Lammers. Mahacek, Knowlton still keeping himself very much ahead of Zonov Schublak. DJ Liveris now comes back into the party. And this is not the time for dance moves, my friend. You need to get on with business. So let's see if the Greek driver has something to say. Florian Breitenbach and Marcel Steinert ran out the top 8 ahead of Luke Schiepers and also Sebastian Janczewski from Poland. Ultan Tonneson rounds out the top 11 ahead of Jan Nigursens. Oliver Breitenbach. Silas Ritter has made up some inroads. Started 17th, now P14. Lasse Andreasen, in the meantime, has dropped quite considerably. Was down to as low as 16th position, now up to P15, having got past Germany's Max Fleischmann from FM Racing. Chris Kopp in 17th, Maxim de Hick in 18th, Jordi Klebold in 19th, Brindley Kinch is the last runner because unfortunately Jamie Billings on lap 3 has parked the kart. As now, that's a great battle there. That is Marcel Steinert from RS Competition representing Germany, trying to get past the Nies Racing car to Florian Breitenbach, also from Germany, in the 4.31. So Baz Lammers now is starting to accelerate. He's starting to wind up the wick on that Sodi kart, and he's got the gap to under 4/10 of a second, and in the process has put in the fastest lap. And the last lap around is a 54.026 for Lammers, 54.086 for Van Parijs. 2 leaders come across the start-finish line to start lap number 8. Mahacek still sitting in third position as Steinert still battling away and has got past Florian Breitenbach. I think as that Janczewski past Schiepers. Not quite yet, I fear, but Janczewski needs to close up a little bit more to have an opportunity to strike. As now, the 2 leaders coming through turn 9. Mahacek has quite clearly broken away from Mick Knowlton and now senses that if he's going to have a chance to go toe-to-toe with Baz Lammers and Glenn Van Parijs, now he needs to start moving. He needs to progress forward. He did a 54.177 last time around. And in many respects, Glenn Van Parijs says, oh, there's a move up the inside. That was on Zundrup Schublak by DJ Liveris. So the Dams Racing team driver from Greece now gets up into the top 5. Having started in that exact same position when we went green nearly 8 minutes ago. In terms of the lap times last time around, Glenn Van Parijs was just 20 thousandths quicker, 21 thousandths quicker than Bas Lammers on pure lap time. But Bas Lammers knows when to pull one out of the bag. Let's see that with less than 5 minutes to go on the clock. I have noticed that there's a little bit of a breeze coming into the commentary box because there's a little bit of a welcome breeze coming into my into my office. And this time, Bas Lammers has gotten closer. He was just 26 thousandths quicker last time around than Glenn Van Parijs. Gap now down to just 0.333 of a second. And Florian Breitenbach has unfortunately dropped all the way down out of any sort of contention for at least the top 5. Down into 20th now. Has he parked it is my biggest question. It's a $64,000 question roundabout now. So Van Parijs still leading from Lammers. They're going to come through turn 12 very, very much now. Mahacek in third, Knowlton fourth, Liveris, Schiblak, Steinert. Then we've got the 437 of Luke Schieperus. Janchevsky ninth, Antonissen in 10th. Jan Nigussens has got past Sillistritter for P11. As again, more ducking and darting a little bit further down the order. But this time around, Bas Lammers has again gone 10 thousandths of a second quicker on the fastest lap of the race. But Glenn Van Parijs, with just under 3.5 minutes left on the clock, still is leading by nearly 0.3 of a second. So Sillistritter, 12th position. Oliver Breitenbach, Max Fleischmann, and Chris Kopp make it a trio of Germans that complete the top 15. Van Parijs and Lammers cross the start-finish line. Now on to lap number 12. Gap between the pair, well, that is a little bit more in the favour by about 80 thousandths of a second to Glenn Van Parijs. Lammers still trying to chase him down. Or I think he's just keeping it metronomic at the minute, because one thing that Bas Lammers does not normally do, or not want to normally do, is to push too hard, and then you get that stage of where you're overdriving the kart, the limitations of what you're capable of behind the wheel, to make an unforced error. And that is what we sometimes do see in karting, as now we have a little bit more of a skirmish, and that is the 433 of Wout Antonissen with Jan Nigussens not too far behind. That is for the battle for the final position in the top 10. Leaders now through turn 2. Just under 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. And that particular time, Bas Lammers has clawed back 70% of a tenth of a second in that last lap alone. He did a 54.016, 3 1,000ths off of the fastest lap of the race. It just goes to show that experience is sometimes more quantifiable than raw pace. But if you have the combination of both, which Bas Lammers and Glenn Van Parijs, and also multiple drivers down this field, you can circumnavigate problems. You know, if there's a way that you're finding that the back end is stepping out on the kart, you'll adjust your driving style to compensate. It's not as technologically advanced, it's proper old school, and that's what I love about karting. As again, the clouds looking a bit more prevalent overhead, so the sunshine has been sort of vast away to one side, swept under the carpet, if you will. Just over a minute to go. Gap now between first and second is 0.41 of a second, as the pair now exit turn number 6. So Van Parijs last time around had a gap of 0.41 of a second. Looks to be a little bit more darker over there on the top right-hand corner of the circuit from my position. The breeze has picked up, and I think in some respects the drivers will be thanking their lucky stars that it's not as hot as it was on Friday afternoon at nearly 38 degrees Celsius. Current air temperature at the moment is 23 degrees. And for the first time this race, we've had a driver go under 54 seconds. And he's done that 3 times. And that is Glenn Van Parijs. He's done a 53.981, a 53.980, and has just put in a 53.953 on what is going to be the second from last lap. So the timer has expired. 13 minutes are up in the pre-final on day 2 for DD2. Leaders will now come through. The clouds really looking a bit more grey and menacing overhead. Through turn 12. Last lap board for Glenn Van Parijs. Gap was 4.5 tenths. It's now 4.7 tenths of a second between first and second. Mahacek, Knowlton, Liveris, Schublak, Steinert, Schiepers, Antonissen, Janchevski, Goossens, Ritter, Oliver Breitenbach, Max Fleischmann and Chris Kurt will round out the top 15. De Rijk and Andreessen, that's the top 17. As we've had 2 retirements in the form of Florian Breitenbach and Jamie Billings, so we will have 19 cross the start-finish line. But even though you have such a charismatic individual, who's very, very kind, gentle-hearted, the sleeping giant, if you will, and you put him behind the wheel of a cart and he comes alive. Round the final corner. This time around, it is Glenn Van Parijs in the 4:15 that wins by 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Baz Lummers. Daniel Mahacek from Austria takes P3. Knowlton from the Netherlands, 4th. Liveris from Greece, 5th. Schublak from Belgium in 6th, ahead of Steinert. Schiepers, Antonissen, Goossens, rounding out the top 10. Janchevski, Ritter, Oliver Breitenbach, Max Fleischmann, Chris Kopp, Maxim De Rijk, and Lasse Andreessen ran out the top 17 positions. Jordi Klebold ends up 19th behind Brindley Kinch, as it is a full course yellow as the drivers now make their way to pit lane. But what a great drive. Started on pole position and led from lights out to the checkered flag. Your winner from Bouvin Power representing Belgium, the 4:15 of Glenn Van Parijs. A notice for those watching on the live stream at home. We've just had the race meeting declared as a wet race meeting, effective as of 5 minutes ago. So DD2 Masters were set to go into battle. We have around a 10-minute delay to proceedings. So as soon as they get onto the pre-grid and get ready to race, we'll be racing under wet weather conditions. The rain has started to come in. We've had a couple of flurries, and the track will be a little bit more slippery and a bit more green than it has been over the last day and a half. So wet race meeting has been declared by the race director. So after a brief delay, we now go on to the track. And this time it has been declared a wet race meeting here for the B&L Karting Series opening round. This time it is DD2 Masters. And here is your grid for the pre-final on day 2. So on pole position will be Tom Dessert and then Bruno Dos Santos on the front row. James Beecroft and Carl Klebold representing Great Britain and Belgium will line up on row 2. Then it is a double German delight on row number 3 with Michael Becker and Dmitry Ostrovsky. Then it is 2 French nationality drivers in the form of Christophe Adams and Rudy Champion in the 555 and the 544, with the former being a 2-time race winner yesterday through the pre-final and the final. Tamsin Germain from Great Britain and Ian Gepps from Belgium round out the top 10 drivers. As they go on to their formation lap, the lineup is completed by Germany's Andreas Schindler, Germany's Konrad Bayer, Belgium's Bart Koolman, then it's Roland Kinch from Great Britain, Jim Ringelberg from the Netherlands, Tanu Yildiz and Ronald Billings from Great Britain, rounding out the 17 strong. So there was a flurry of activity just off of the servicing park onto the pre-grid, where the drivers have had to change to wet tyres. So now it will be down to Dessert and Dos Santos. This time, another change in proceedings changes the dynamic of this race weekend here at Karting Genk. So Dessert, Dos Santos, Beecroft, Klibort, Becker, Ostrowski, Adams, Champion, Germain, and Gepps. Gepps, that is your lineup on the top 10. 17 drivers, 13 minutes plus an additional lap. The red lights are on the starting gantry, ignited for all to see. They come out of the final corner into the tram lines. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where things really change as we do go lights out and off and away. And a bit of a slow start for Dimitri Ostrovsky off of the start, and Christoph Adams tries to go up the inside of the German. Manages not to get through at the moment, or does he, as Ostrovsky goes to the runoff area. 3 other drivers do. Oh, there's been a turnaround. Oh, and there's been an absolute wallop going through into, and that is a front bumper that is off. And the driver that has now gone out of the race, that is, now I noticed, I think that was a 5.72. That might have been Tanu Yildiz that was unsighted there, as one of the drivers went spinning and went 90 degrees to the left-hand side. I've got a feeling, is that Tom Dessert that has gone before we've even gotten started? But if he has, he's at the back end of the field. And that is the 5.72 of Tanu Yildiz, helmet in his hands. Oh, that's a real shame. But now at the moment, James Beecroft leads the field. And in second position, it is Michael Becker, who's jumped up the order from P5 up into P2. Bruno Dos Santos, Carl Klibort, Dimitri Ostrovsky, Rudy Champion, Ian Gepps, Andreas Schindler, Christoph Adams and Tamsin Germain now complete the top 10. And the front bumper of Tanu Yildiz's kart is being brought along. He was absolutely unsighted and could not get through as Tom Dessert gets past what is Roland, I think has got past Roland Kinch, as Andreas Schindler makes a move up the order. Looks to be Ian Gepps that he's got past, as Christoph Adams trying to get past the driver in front, as Tamsin Germain looks up the inside of the 555. So 11 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. James Beecroft being hunted down by Germany's Michael Becker for the lead of the race, heading into turns 1 and 2. Dos Santos being chased by Carl Klibort, who's got a very nondescript stealth black front bumper on his kart. He's being chased by PKS Competition's Rudy Champion from France. Gepps in 6th. Schindler, Adams, Ostrovsky, Germain. That is the top 10 at the moment. Tom Dessert gets past Ronald Billings as Roland Kinch is also out of the race on the very first lap. 10.5 minutes to go. Beecroft now in a position where he can gain a victory. Christoph Adams a little bit further down the order than he would like at the moment, down in 8th place, as up the inside of Carl Klibort goes Rudy Champion. Up the inside of Tamsin Germain goes Bart, I think that was Bart Koeman, or was that a change through Dimitri Ostrovsky? At the front of the field, Bruno Dos Santos is closing on the top 2. Becker goes for the lead, slipstreaming down into turn 1. Beecroft shuts the door initially, but Becker can get through. Beecroft trying to look up the inside through turn 3. Dos Santos with them. So it's Germany versus Great Britain and France. Rudy Champion will quickly factor into this. Carl Klibort was passed last time around by Rudy Champion. Down into 5th goes to Barker. Ian Gepps and Christoph Adams now round out the top 7. Andreas Schindler, Tamsin Germain, and now Dimitri Ostrovsky gets the 10th position. As now Becker hits the front. And when they cross the start-finish line, as there's a move, there was a potential move there by Carl Klibort on Rudy Champion. Well, not for Rudy Champion. Carl Klibort has dropped again. And I think just behind he's got Christoph Adams. Now these two were battling for the title last year, and it went to De Barker, who did a massive winning streak, which came undone at the final weekend of the season, as Christoph Adams battling away with Andreas Schindler. Tamsin Germain from Great Britain just behind in 9th position. Ostrovsky is about half a second off of this battle, but gap now truncated. Tamsin Germain looks up the inside of Andreas Schindler through turn 6. The Brit makes the move, gets side by side. The German runs a little bit wide coming out of the corner. And this will allow Ostrovsky to also get through into T7. But Becker and Beecroft starting to pull away a little bit from Bruno Dos Santos. The gap was about a tenth and a half last time around. 8 minutes and 28 seconds still remaining, plus an additional lap. And at the moment, the fastest lap of anybody is the driver down in 8th position now, and then it's Tamsin Germain. That was briefly for the quickest of margins. She put in a 55.053, got past Andrea Schindler for 8th position, and now has 0.6 of a second to make up to catch up to Christoph Adams just up the road in 7th position. But then James Beecroft in 2nd position now goes quickest and is the closest one by 4/1000ths of a second to get close to a sub 55 second lap time. Is up the inside. That looks like Jim Ringelberg up the inside of Bart Koeman through into turn number 7. Beecroft soaring all over the back bumper of Becker. Champion's got past Bruno Dos Santos, who gets to drop down to P3. As Adams gets up the inside of Carl Klebold, and here comes Tamsin Germain. These three were battling for the title last season. So De Backer gets past the most decorated in terms of appearances driver for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals as Becker gets pounced on by Beecroft. Champion waiting in the wings. Through turn 2, into 3. Line astern between the top 3. Bruno Dos Santos trying to latch onto the back bumper of this top 3 skirmish. However, Gep's still waiting there too, as Becker trying to power past Champion, who got the initial advantage. Through into turn 7, Becker gets past for 2nd position. And now Tamsin Germain looks to be the one of 3 drivers that have gone sub 55 seconds. Germain has been in a 54.883 and trying to go up the inside of Carl Klebold. Can't get through that gap. That was a bit too tight and it was getting closed by the 2nd. Through into turn 10 on Carl Klebold. As Adams trying to get past Ian Getz for 5th place. Not at the moment, he won't. As up the inside of Michael Becker goes Rudy Champion, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup champion of 2020 from PKS Competition, now up into 2nd. Now the Frenchman will start trying to hunt down James Beecroft, and as you can see over the far side of the circuit, there are spots of rain on the camera lens. And according to an application I have on my phone, it says that there is a potential 40% chance of rain, but I will only believe it when I see it. And we have had a little bit of a downpour. Whether that gets a bit more, intense as the day goes on is your guess as good as mine. But always a bit of rain spices up the racing action here in the B&L Karting Series. Tamsin Germain still trying to close and goes up the inside, sends it nicely, cleanly through on Carl Klebold, the defending champion in this class. Up into P7 goes the Brit. Christoph Adams is now about a 10th of a second behind Ian Getz, or has he got past? He has got past. So Christoph Adams in the 555. Up into P5 at the moment. As they make their way down the back straight away. Top 8. Maybe make that the top 14 drivers have made their way through. We've got 2 retirements, unfortunately. We're down to 15 drivers. Tanju Yildiz and Roland Kinch now out of the race as Rudy Champion now sizing up James Beecroft, and he's now gesticulating to James Beecroft as to say, come on man, what are you doing? But Beecroft, if he's got the racing line, he's got the perfect opportunity to keep Champion at bay. This is going to allow everyone battling behind, and this is now a side-by-side battle. Champion goes towards the outside, throws it up the inside of Beecroft into turn 2, gets the move done. Becker trying towards the outside, going into turn 3, can't get through, goes a bit sideways through turn 3. Bruno Dos Santos, Christoph Adams, Ian Getz now being closed on by Tamsin Germain, who's getting closer towards the inside of the driver from Belgium up into turn 6, now down to turn 7. Germain tries to go look towards the inside but can't get through, was not close enough as De Backer closes on the 525 from Great Britain. 4 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Champion now hits the front of the field. Beecroft, Becker, Dos Santos, Adams waiting in the wings. Becker up the inside of Beecroft through turn 10. And that's for 2nd position. And now Beecroft returns the favour through turn 12, a quick switchback, and then here comes Bruno Dos Santos from France. Up the inside of Beecroft, heading into turn 2. Looks like he's going to make the move. No, he doesn't. Beecroft recounters. Oh my goodness, and Adams nearly gets clattered into there. Tobacco, Carl Clermont trying to get past Tamsin Germain, who's in turn trying to get past Ian Gepps. This is getting really, really close and personal in the latter stages. 3 minutes and 21 plus an additional lap. A little bit of a run wide from Bruno Dos Santos. Christophe Adams closing on the back bumper through into turn 7. Followed by Ian Gepps from Belgium. Tamsin Germain, Carl Clermont. Now, keep your eyes on the likes of Andreas Schindler as up the inside. I'm seeing that Tom Dessert is trying to fight with Jim Ringelberg, and that is allowing Andreas Schindler to get into that fight. And it is getting closer and closer still. Now, this is what you want in terms of there's a move up the inside, and that was on. I think Bruno Dos Santos has just lost a few places as a result of that. He's dropped to 7th. So Germain has got past, Gepps has got past, Christophe Adams and James Beecroft now up all the position. Rudy Champion battling away with Michael Becker and has dropped the German by about 4.5 tenths of a second. James Beecroft in 3rd. Christophe Adams in 4th. Ian Gepps being pressurised by Tamsin Germain going through turn 6. Bruno Dos Santos past Carl Clermont, 4th position. That's P7 on the road. Jim Ringelberg from the Netherlands rounding out the top 9. Just over 2 minutes to go, and it is anyone's guess what is going to happen from 2nd position onwards, because Rudy Champion has got a 4.5 tenths of a second advantage. Oh, up the inside goes Ringelberg on Carl Clermont, forces the 5.10 wide through turn 10, as then Beecroft sends it up the inside of Becker through into turn 12. Becker trying to get the switch back, and Christophe Adams slingshots right past the German. No, I did not see what finger was pointed up by Christophe Adams, but that was definitely a sign of some description. So Christophe Adams just absolutely floored it past him. Becker tried to do the cutback on Beecroft again through turn 12, and then Adams was just waiting in the wings and just powered past like Becker was standing still. 1 minute and 15 plus an additional lap. Lead now between 1st and 2nd. That's Rudy Champion from France and James Beecroft from Great Britain. Gap was last time around 9 tenths of a second. As Tamsin Germain goes up the inside, and that is on, I think that's Jim Ringelberg. So Tamsin Germain up into P6 now. Has got Bruno Dos Santos, I think, just up ahead. Which is the case. So Tamsin Germain rounds out the top 6. Ringelberg in 7th. Carl Clermont being chased by Tom Dessert, who had that early clash, which took, unfortunately, we had Tanya Yildiz and Roland Kinch eliminated on the very first lap. Dessert now past Schindler in 10th position. Ostrovsky from Germany, followed by Kuhlmann, Bayer, Billings, and now Ian Gepps has now dropped all the way down to 15th and might even be out of the race at this particular moment in time. 21 seconds left on the clock. Rudy Champion started from 8th position and is now leading the pre-final. Christophe Adams is fast running out of time. If he wants to make it 3 in a row, he's got to do something. Time will pretty much have expired as they come out of turn 12. Last lap board is shown. 13 minutes on the timer have expired. Rudy Champion now has one more lap to keep at bay the likes of James Beecroft, who's being handed down by Christophe Adams. Michael Becker 4th, Bruno Dos Santos, Tamsin Germain, Jim Ringelberg, Ronald Billing. Well, it looks like Ian Gepps has actually parked it after 12 laps. A real shame for the Belgian, which then means that we will have 14 hopefully finishing this race very, very shortly. On to the final lap we have gone. As the lead is now, Christophe Adams looking up the inside of James Beecroft through turn 7. The 555 gets through. And he's just thought, well, actually, I don't necessarily, it would be nice to have a 3rd win, but this really cements his place at the top of the intermediate standings post this race, as they now come round towards turn number 12. Checker flag is being brandished, and Rudy Champion fist pumps the air with the right hand to take the win. Christophe Adams in 2nd. James Beecroft, Michael Becker, Bruno Dos Santos, and Tamsin Germain ran out the top 6 positions. Jim Ringelberg, who started down in 15th position, finished in 7th. Carl Clermont, who started There, up in 4th position, finishes 8th. Tom Dessert, who was on pole position, ended up at the back part of the field and recovered to finish in 9th position. Dmitry Ostrovsky takes 10th place ahead of Andreas Schindler and another German in the form of Konrad Bayer in the 5:08 from RS Competition. Bart Koeman and Ronald Billings from Belgium and Great Britain, respectively, are the last of the 14 classified finishers, with retirements on lap 12 from Ian Geptz and Daniel Yildiz and Roland Kinch not even making it to the end of the first lap of the race. Let's get back to business, shall we? After an interesting DD2 Masters race, we now head into our last pre-final of the weekend. This time, it is the big one. Senior Rotax. Here's your grid. 36 drivers, a full capacity grid, after 45 drivers were whittled down after the second chance heat earlier on today. Pole position after the intermediate classification is Mike van Vugt, who's won a couple of B&L Karting Series titles as a junior. This time he's racing as a senior. Alongside him will be Scotland's Lewis Gilbert, the Dual-Ride Diamond in the 329. Mads Lees and Sean Butcher, row 2. Sombra, Dylan LaHaye, row 3. Jules Castro and Bradley Barrett, row 4. Milan Coppens and Lachlan Robinson round out the top 10. Dave Blom, Teresa Babikova, Vincent France, Justin Pullman, Luca Leistra, Ilian Brunsils, Bas Janssen, Anthony Boulou, Emily De Hoys and Andres Herbert round out the top 20. Completing the 36 strong as they go onto the formation lap, it's Fabian Bock, Vincent van Kerkhoven, Ben Burgess, Lars Zanen, Victor Plateau, Mario Sidler, Jeff Machiels, Manel Garofitona, Alexander Bentley, Arthur Horsch, and the 6 qualifiers from the second chance heat, Jori van der Eyck, Robin Knudson, Flint Schuring, Kian Sang, Scott Westhovens, and Clementine Benoit. 13 minutes set on the timer. Drivers getting themselves ready. And you can just see how intent they are. They now have to get into formation. So it will be down to Van Vugt and Gilbert to bring the 36 strong 18-row drivers into formation. A rivalry could be reignited here. It started in juniors when I started commentating on the B&L karting series in October 2018. Now it is August 2020. Van Vugt, Gilbert, Rees, Butcher, Brewer, LaHaye, Castro, Barrett, Coppens and Robinson. We go off and away. Senior Rotax is heading down into turns 1 and 2. Gilbert to the outside takes the lead from Van Vugt. Little bit of a tussle. Forward coming out of turn 2. Gilbert on the inside retakes the lead as we've had 2 carts off. Oh my goodness. And we've had more dramas. There's a little bit of debris that's been flung out from one of the carts that might have just been caught. Oh, we've had someone going off into the dirt through turn 6. Manages to rejoin, but that was so close. As we've got everyone streaming all the way down to turn 7. Lewis Gilbert leads. And it is Mike Van Vugt. It is getting 2. Archie-bargy. There's more carts in dramas off of turn 7. Oh, my goodness me. Looks to be, I think, maybe Flint Schuring might have been involved there. I'm not too sure. I'll find out as they come through. Dave Blom did not start the race as a result. As there goes the 318 of Fabian Bock up the inside of Justin Pullman from SP Motorsport for position. Lewis Gilbert gets a bit of a lead ahead of Mike Van Vugt. Mads Wies, Dylan LaHaye, Sean Butcher, Bradley Barrett up to 6, Milan Coppens, Lachlan Robinson in 8th, Vincent France, Teresa Babikova rounds out the top 10 ahead of Lucas Lystra. Oh, more dramas, 3:44, that's Milan Coppens. Milan Coppens out. Who's the other car? That can't be Lachlan Robinson. Robinson was in the dramas in one of the heats in the latter part of the afternoon, and that's Coppens trying to rejoin, but trying to do so safely. Otherwise, he will get a penalty for an unsafe rejoin. And this is where things are really going to get difficult now, because these drivers really have to start to steel themselves. And we have seen before that a lot of drivers have ended up out on the end of things, and another driver off. Oh my goodness me. Off of coming out of turn number 8, and they are slipping and sliding off of the curb. Someone went sideways. That could have been Robin Knutson, I believe. These conditions are so difficult to anticipate, because now Lewis Gilbert is powering away. It looks like, I think that is, let's have a look who is in 3rd position, Sean Butcher. And I'm just seeing what I thought I didn't want to see. Is Lachlan Robinson involved in another incident, and Bradley Barrett's having a bit of a drama in his own right. The conditions are getting worse out there. Is there more rain falling on the track? I'm trying to have a look outside of my window, because if that's the case, the senior Rotax drivers, now there is a yellow flag, there's a slippery surface flag. Rain looks to be falling. That is going to change everything, because now, Mike Van Vugt is leading. What's happened to Lewis Gilbert? Where is Lewis Gilbert at the moment? Oh my goodness, this is absolutely chaos and pandemonium. Because now, at the moment, Mike Van Vugt I don't think is leading. There is Lewis Gilbert, and he's ahead of the 321. And that is Andreas Hebau. So Lewis Gilbert and the driver that is leading, I think that is, oh my goodness, more dramas, and that is the 323. Oh no, more of them sliding off the track. And that is Flint Schuring, one of the 6 second chance heat qualifiers. Van Vugt has lost the lead to Sean Butcher. Dylan LaHaye, the defending champion, in P3. Mads Wies in 4th. Lewis Gilbert down to 5th place. Now the Duroy Diamond has some work to do. Andreas Hebert, Bradley Barrett, Luca Lystra, Ben Burgess, and rounding out the top 10 representing the Czech Republic is Teresa Babikova. Oh, that is the most frantic 3.5 minutes this weekend so far. And by having those slippery surface flags off of the exit of turn number 7, that means it is all changed. Because Van Vugt was leading the intermediate classification, the pre-final and the final this time around, as you can just see how sideways drivers are going. And again, drivers are pushing to the absolute limit. Ilian Brunseels, who started down in 16th, now into P11. Butcher has a lead over Van Vugt of about 0.5 of a second. LaHaye, Wies, Gilbert now battling away over 3rd position. As the field makes its way, it's nearly 2 abreast. Oh, Someone really getting a bit caught out by the conditions. Everyone trying to get one up on the other in these this difficult situation. So the drivers now really have to... Oh, no! Someone's off again off of turn 4 into turn 5. Kicking up the dust. So Stormbrower down to the back of the order. Lachlan Robinson now down in 33rd position. Flint Schuring has been in the wars. Stormbrower has been in the wars. Stormbrower was P5. So these difficult conditions, it can be raining in one part of the circuit and be completely bone dry the other. I need to just get my breath for a second. There's a bit more drama. Dylan LaHaye has lost out to Mads Rees and Lewis Gilbert. So must have had a problem coming through with regards to traction through turn 12. Onto the start-finish straight. Bradley Barrett is just behind Andreas Heber, who rounds out the top 6. Then it is Luca Leistra. As there's more dramas, there is the 343 of Ben Burgess, I believe, getting stuck in and trying to wrestle with the car, trying to stop the back end from breaking traction. This is about a race of survival. It is not about sometimes, but you know what the senior Rotax drivers do? They will send it if they have an opportunity. Oh, more carnage at turn 7. 3 karts I count involved. One of them is from GKS Lemons Power. Again, more dramas as the drivers really are having to battle with these conditions, let alone battling with each other. As I think that Lewis Gilbert has dropped a couple more places. He has. Bradley Barrett gets passed by Andreas Herbert. Luca Leistra behind Lewis Gilbert, who's dropped down out of the top 5. Sean Butcher leading. Mike Van Vrucht, Mads Rees, Dylan LaHaye, Andreas Heber. Brad Barrett getting slingshotted past by Lewis Gilbert, or is he? He will do as Gilbert gets to run into turn 2. Bradley Barrett gets back up the inside of the Scottish driver, through into the approach into turn 3. Luca Leistra not too far behind. Ilian Brunsils now up to P9 past Teresa Babikova, and more drivers getting a bit more sideways. Slippery surface flag being held between turns 3 and 4. The rain looks to be enveloping the circuit at a rate of knots, and these drivers are very, very brave to go out on the tyre choice that they have. But even so, as there's more drama, that is for the 377 of Clementine Benoit. So Benoit having a bit more dramas as Lewis Gilbert battling away with Andreas Heber for position. This is for P5. As there's more dramas, more sideways action as drivers going down into turn 10. So Gilbert now trying to really get a handle on the conditions, as is everybody else. And at the moment, Stormbrower has retired. Lachlan Robinson now up into P27 and trying to move up the order. Bradley Barrett gets past Andreas Heber, who fires it up the inside of the Brit. Oh, and Lewis Gilbert pounces past a pair of them. Luca Leistra trying to capitalise and goes around the outside of Andreas Heber through turn 4. I cannot believe I've just seen that with my very own eyes, let alone the screen in front of me in the commentary box, as it's nearly 3 wide going through turn 4 yet again. I cannot believe this. I see one thing, then I see another, as it's 2x2 coming out of turn number 6. This is really getting gnarly in terms of a surfing orientation here, because there's no hanging 10. It's more like hanging on, because no one wants to relinquish position, because in many respects a lot of drivers will be thinking, how can I get through this? How can I just survive and set myself up, as there's a battle going on between Fabian Bock and Lars Zanen for P12. Sean Butcher now has a lead of over a second over Mike Van Vrucht. Mads Rees and Dylan LaHaye are closing. Lewis Gilbert up past Bradley Barrett for P5. Luca Leistra, Andreas Heber being swarmed over the back bumper as Ilian Brunsils, the returning Ilian Brunsils, very, very much fired up, and up for a scrap is the Buvin Power driver. Justin Pullman rounds out the top 10. Jules Castro, Lars Zanen, Fabian Bock, Teresa Babikova, Emily De Hoys has made her way from 19th position up into P15. As there's more dramas there, and off the track has gone the 385. Anthony Bellou from France will drop down a few positions as a result of that off-track excursion, as there's more 2x2 side-by-side hurrah coming out of turn 9. And one of them, I think that might be, I'm just seeing, Robin Knutsson has been making some steady progress in this race, and the Swede started all the way down. I'm just looking where Robin Knutson actually started this race, and I'm so disorientated, it's being difficult to look at the grid at the moment. Oh, well, there we go. 3 minutes and 30 seconds still on the clock to go. And Robin Knutson started in 32nd position. He's now up into P18, a gain of 14 positions over the last 9.5 minutes. We're getting into the dying phase of this race. I am perspiring like nobody's business in here, let alone there being an ice cold breeze. As soon as you see all of this happening, your senses are bombarded at every single angle, all 5 senses of them. Not 6, because I'm not psychic in any way, shape or form. That's why I don't do predictions. But Sean Butcher is being reeled in. Mike Van Vrucht now up, still keeping in touching distance. He's about half a second away from Sean Butcher. Maz Reese still in the hay. Lewis Gilbert, Bradley Barrett ran out the top 6. Jules Castro ahead of Justin Pohlman. Teresa Babikova, Emily de Hoys ran out the top 15. Lachlan Robinson is making some more steady progress, even with that incident earlier on with I think it was Milan Koppens. Now is up into what is P24. So Justin Pohlman looks to have the likes of Lara Zanen and Fabian Bock battling away. Bock has got past Zanen as they head down into turn 10. Pohlman to the inside, Bock to the outside. Can't get through as Lewis Gilbert goes up the inside of Dylan LaHaye for P4. Now he's just saying as Van Vrucht is pressurising Butcher. And side by side they go. A little bit of attack from behind by Maz Reese on Mike Van Vrucht. Nearly sends the Dutchman sideways through turn 3 and 4. Oh, that was very, very close. Maz Reese really fired up to go for a victory here. And we are fast running out of time. As quickly as it started, as quickly as it unravelled, it is quickly coming to a very close end. This senior Rotax pre-final, as now Van Vrucht has been passed by Maz Reese. Lewis Gilbert was in the initial lead, having started on the front row alongside Van Vrucht. But Van Vrucht now showing that he can compete in senior Rotax. And this has been an interesting display from the young Dutchman, running the 376. Looks to be in the RBM colours as well. But Butcher now has Maz Reese and Van Vrucht within 5.5 tenths of a second of him. As there's a bit more argy-bargy a bit further down the order as Ilian Brunsons has got past Bradley Barrett. He's finding off Jules Castro, who's gone up the inside of the brick going through turn 4. Nice bit of aggressive but clean and fair racing from him. As now the top 3 are going to be closed in on. Lewis Gilbert has got the bee in the bonnet, the fire in the belly, the knife between his teeth. And he is out for some argy-bargy in a clean, fair sense of the word. Senior Rotax never fails to amaze. More drivers going up the order. Vincent France up to P15. Lars Zanen and Fabian Bock now up into 12th and 11th respectively. Andres Hebert past Bradley Barrett. Lachlan Robinson now getting his way towards the top 20. This is the penultimate lap. Butcher will now be pressurised by Reese and Van Vrucht. They go through into turn 3. Lewis Gilbert not that far behind now. This is going to be an absolute powder keg at the front of the field as they go through into turn 6. Now on the back straightaway. Butcher still leading, hanging on by a thread. Reese up the inside, into the lead, into turn 7. Van Vrucht and Lewis Gilbert run on the back bumper of the Brit. Oh my goodness me. This is going to be a duel all the way through to the checkered flag as Lewis Gilbert trying to find his way past Mike Van Vrucht for P3 to get his opportunity. Reese now leads going into turn 10, into the left at turn 11. Still an even Stevens, a stalemate as Butcher retakes the lead on the inside. Van Vrucht tries to go up the inside of Reese, going down the start finish straight as we go on to the final lap of the race. This has really, really changed the action-packed Fiore of the weekend as Lewis Gilbert looks over his left shoulder and sees Dylan LaHaye in close proximity. And the defending champion in this class from last season, wanting to get in. He is in the tow, it's Dylan LaHaye. It's a 5-way scrap. Now, this is 5 more corners to go. Butcher starts breaking away like he needed to guarantee him the opportunity to go into the final later on this afternoon to conclude the action ahead of everybody else. Into turn 10, the right-hand sweeper. Van Voot, LaHaye up the inside of Gilbert, up for P4. Ran into the final corner, Sean Butcher will see the checkered flag being brandished. It is now going to wave. He starts celebrating and he crosses the line, takes the win. The 3:57 from KR Sport wins the pre-final in Senior Rotax. Mads Rees, Mike Van Voot, Dylan LaHaye and Lewis Gilbert, your top 5. And man, am I out of breath. Can someone find me a dark room and give me my medicine, please? Wow. We had everything in this. Slippery surface flags, inclemental weather conditions, but above all, Sean Butcher started P4, wins the race. Mads Rees, third, finishes second. Mike Van Voot was on pole, finishes third. Dylan LaHaye in sixth, finishes fourth, ahead of Lewis Gilbert. Andreas Hebel, Luca Leistra, Ilian Brunsils, Jules Castro and Bradley Barrett ran out the top 10. Fabian Bock in 11th, ahead of Lars Zanen, Justin Pohlmann, Vincent France, Teresa Barbikova running out the top 15. Milan Cobbins in 16th, ahead of Lachlan Robinson, who recovered very, very well indeed. The driver from the UAE, the sole UAE entrant, I might add, this weekend in the 3:16, ahead of Emily de Huyes. Robin Knutson up to P19 at the end of that, ahead of Ben Burgess, who rounds out the top 20. Then rounding out the order, it's Kian Sang, Baz Janssen, Victor Plateau, Arthur Horsch, Flint Schuring, Manel Galofretona, Vincent van Kerkhoven, Jordi van der Eyck, Mario Sidler, Clementine Benoit, Scott Westhovens, Jeff Machiels, Alexander Bentley being the last of the 33 drivers that completed the race, with Anthony Bellew and Storm Breuer not finishing and Dave Blom not even starting. Right, now that I've had a chance to calm down after that, all I can describe that is as madness for that. But now we will have the recovery vehicle out to the circuit. There is a cart stricken off of the exit of turn number 7 after the Senior Rotax pre-final. They will close out the action. I think we'll be getting that underway at probably, we've had about a 12 or so minute delay so far, obviously being declared a wet race meeting, and then we had the inclemental conditions just now through that highly charged Senior Rotax race. All results that you see on the screens at home. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, thank you for joining us. Unfortunately, we would love to have so many of you with us, but obviously this is a closed door event. But we hope you are enjoying the racing as much as we are here. For those in the paddock, the ceremony will start at approximately 1800 local time. That is 1800 local time. For those attending, it is mandatory that you wear your face masks as per the extended regulations that have been put into force. After a big thank you again to the municipality and the mayor of Genk for giving us the green light to do this. It is mandatory for all people in the paddock, every single person here, to wear your face masks at all times. Obviously, if you're sitting in the brasserie, you do have the opportunity, if you're eating or drinking, you can remove your mask, but if you step away from the table, you must put your mask on straight away. This is a mandatory requirement, so we are seen as professionals. And obviously, it is a case that we are being inspected at this particular in particular moments, and we have been over the course of the weekend. So the driver on the back of the trailer now being recovered. And so we go on to our first final of day 2 for the B&L karting series. Very shortly, we will have our 6 competitors from Micromax ready to go into battle, and they are on their way out of the pre-grid onto the sighting lap. For one final time, here's your last grid of the weekend for Micromax. On pole position, representing the Netherlands, will be Max Sadersky in the number 19. He has won all 3 races so far this weekend, and if he does the clean sweep, he basically has effectively classed himself as the de facto winner of the weekend and will lead the championship heading into the second round here at Karting Genk in early October. Mats van Rooyen in second position will be ahead. A pole sitter for day 1, Mies Huben, and then also from the Czech Republic, Zdeněk Babíšek. Jake Menton will be on the inside of row number 5, ahead of the number 30 of Boris Maximov. This time around, they will go onto their formation lap. 13 minutes on the clock, set to start counting down after this formation lap has been completed. And then, just for a little bit more fun, we'll stick on an extra lap at the end of it, as we always do. So the top 3 making their way through into turn number 6. And now they are starting to control the pace. Sadersky will be on pole position. Mats van Rooyen will be alongside, so it is an all-Dutch front row with a top 3 comprising of Mies Huben in the number 8. Zdeněk Babíšek from the Czech Republic will be alongside the Dutch driver in the number 80 on the outside of row number 2. Row 3 will see Jake Menton and Boris Maximov on the back row of the grid. Now, I have just seen that we might only have 5 drivers because Zdeněk Babíšek did show on the timer. So it looks like the number 8... Oh, no, Babíšek has not even gotten going and has suffered technical dramas on the sighting or formation lap. So we are down to the last 5. So this time it will be Sadersky on pole. Van Rooyen, Huben, should be Menton, and Maximov. That is your 5-strong grid for Micromax. We've seen some great racing from these youngsters all the way through the weekend. And hopefully we get to see that again for just one last time here at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. So can Max Sadersky make the clean sweep here at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium here at the opening round of the 2020 B&L Karting Series season? The lights go out and we are off and away. Let's see who heads down to turn 1 first. It is Sadersky as Van Rooyen does the switchback on Mies Huben into turn 1 and 2. can use the runoff on the first lap. That is perfectly allowed. But if they are found to go through the runoff area an excessive amount of times, then it is 5 seconds time penalty added to their total time at the end of the race. So Sadurski gets the initial advantage. Mies Huben behind Mats van Rooyen as the sunshine starts to peer its head over the clouds across the other side of the circuit. Air temperature now, locally, at 22 degrees Celsius. So unfortunately, Babicek not having an opportunity to score a potential top 4 finish once again. But this time, the field is more compact than it has ever been this weekend, apart from time qualifying. So Jake Menton is behind Boz Maximov, who is in 4th place. Sadurski leading the way. Van Rooyen in 2nd, Huben in 3rd. Van Rooyen jinking towards the right-hand side. He does a bit of a dummy there. Does Van Rooyen on Sadurski. The cat and mouse games in Micromax continue. So after lap 1, the top 3 separated by just over 0.2 of a second as they go through turn 6. Down the back straightaway. And looks like Boz Maximov is overtaking a passenger car. Looks like a Peugeot of some description, I think, possibly, judging by the side profile. Sorry, I'm a bit of a car nut as well as a motorsport fanatic, along with being a karting commentator, so a bit of car spotting for me. But Mats van Rooyen still is putting the feelers out on Max Sadurski. Sadurski, none the wiser, probably doesn't really want to entertain it as they come through into turn 12. So we will go on to lap number 2 of this last race of the Micromax category for the weekend. And I've noticed that there is Mies Huben up the inside of Mats van Rooyen into turn 2. Nicely done there by the GKS Lemons Power driver. Nicely done, using the slipstream to absolute perfection. Going through into turns 1 and 2, make the move stick. After you've cleared the apex and cleared your opponent. And now they will go down the back straight away. All 5 of them on the same straight. They now head into turn 7. Sadurski still leads for the moment and was about 1/10 of a second ahead of Mats van Rooyen, who's just been surpassed by a slingshot overtaking opportunity through into turn 2 on this particular lap by Mies Huben, also from the Netherlands. So it is an all-Dutch contingent, unfortunately, with our sole Czech Republic driver representative in the form of Zdeněk Babicek, who will now have to sit at the sidelines and watch rather than being out there with them on the circuit. As Mies Huben now goes alongside Max Sadurski up into turn 2. And this is a repeat of what we saw earlier, because Sadurski slingshots past Mies Huben after Huben has done exactly the same through turn 1. So in many respects, that is a very good racecraft habit to pick up. So in quite a lot of respects, there have been quite a few other things that these drivers want to concentrate on, and in many respects they are doing a fantastic job out there at the moment. Max Sadurski continues to lead the 4th and final race of this weekend. So nearly 4 minutes down, 9 to go, plus an additional lap. As Jake Menton continues his battle with Boz Maximov and gets up through into P. Oh, a repeat of the last lap. Mies Huben, I think, gets the award for trying his hardest, and then Max Sadurski, the Mr. Counter-Attack Offensive individual, getting back up the inside through turn 2. Because the minute that you try to go for the move through turn 1 and try and get your run of momentum through into turn 2, you either do one of 2 things. You either get there quick enough so the other driver doesn't get past, or the door is left wide open. And that has happened on the last 2 laps. So Jake Menton, who was absolutely beside himself with joy with the 2nd place finish in the final yesterday, after Huben and Van Rooyen came to blows. That was in the first race, so that would have been the pre-final from yesterday, early afternoon. As again, Huben trying to do the same to Swiderski. Let's see if the same thing happens for 3 times in a row. Not this time. They do sometimes say that 3rd time's a charm, but this time Swiderski waits until turn 3 to make the cut back. And this time Van Rooyen trying to go up the inside through into turn 4. On Huben, can't get through. Huben trying to go up the inside of Swiderski into turn 6. Top 3 now on the back straightaway as it's side by side between Menton and Maximov. And Maximov powers off into the distance. Gets ahead of the number 31. Mies Huben keeping in the slipstream, keeping behind Max Swiderski through turn number 8. Maximov still fending off Menton for P4. Lead is now on the run down to turn 10 as Menton sends it up the inside of Maximov once more. Maximov will have the inside run going into turn 10, gets the position back, or does he? Oh, that was a definite Knight Rider leap from Jake Menton over across the outside curbing on turn 10. All 4 wheels went skyward and he managed to catch that very, very nicely indeed, but that is not how you negotiate your way through curbs. So I think probably he might be feeling a little bit sore through his coccyx after that one. But the top 3 still pretty much in a stalemate. 6 minutes and 21 seconds remaining. Swiderski still leading. Huben in 2nd. Van Rooyen in 3rd. Menton and Maximov now going through turn 7 themselves. Menton still keeping ahead in 4th. Maximov now trying to find a way past the number 31. So we've got 3 Dutchmen at the front of the field and 2 behind, battling over the scraps on the table. Leaders now coming through turn 12, and Max Swiderski has got a bit more excuse me, bit more distance between himself and Mats van Rooyen. Now up to 4.5 tenths of a second is the gap between 1st and 2nd. Gets a bit closer coming through into turn number 2. Turn 3, 4, 5, 6 now as Van Rooyen is back past Mies Huben. Huben now has an opportunity to try and get past. And then they close up to Max Swiderski in the braking zone into turn number 7. Leaders now come through turn 9 as the other 2 now make their way through into turn 9. Just under 5 minutes on the clock remaining. Swiderski still keeping in front. Boris Maximov now trying to go towards the outside into turn 10. Menton a bit more reserved, not going over those curbs like he did last time. Swiderski leads. Looks to the right 3 times over his right shoulder to see where Van Rooyen and Mies Huben are situated. As Boris Maximov now retakes 4th position away from Jake Menton through turn 2 very, very cleanly there. And now we'll try and get away. The top 3 now on the back straight, heading down into turn number 7. Van Rooyen looks a bit closer now to Swiderski. Huben still waiting in the wings, seeing if anything up front transpires. And if there is a chance, Mies Huben will capitalise and look to strike whilst the iron is hot. 3 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap remaining. Mies Huben gets a little bit sluggish, I think, coming out into turn 10 and out of turn 11. As Menton trying to go up the inside of Maximov this time through turn 10. Leaders now across the line onto lap number 10 of this race. And Swiderski goes ultra defensive, going into turn 1. Allowing no opportunity for either Mats van Rooyen or Mies Huben to try and get past. Boris Maximov and Jake Menton round out the top 5. So we head into the last 180 seconds, plus an additional lap as the leaders now come through into turn 8. As Swiderski goes a bit wider going into the approach onto turn 9 to close the door for Mats van Rooyen and Mies Huben to try and get past. Boris Maximov still fending off Jake Menton for 4th position as we head into the latter stages. Now into double figures, lap 10 completed. As now Mats van Rooyen comes out of the slipstream. Up the inside he goes on Max Swiderski. But even with the fact that if Max Swiderski does not win this, I will predict, assumptively predict that, provisionally speaking, Max Swiderski will take the weekend win after such a steady performance, whilst the other two have been fighting amongst each other. As Max Swiderski up the inside, and there goes Mies Huben trying to go up the inside of Van Rooyen to take 2nd position. But Van Rooyen quickly comes back into the racing line and closes off the door for the number 8. A minute and 45 on the clock, and Jake Menton looking up the inside once again of Boris Maximov, going into turn 9. Lead is now going through turn 12. The gap between Van Rooyen and Swiderski last time with the former in 2nd position was just under 9/10 of a second. Gap now 3.5 tenths almost, as Mies Huben up the inside of Van Rooyen retakes 2nd position. Nicely clean and done by the driver from GKS Lemons Power, as Boris Maximov fends off Jake Menton once again. So we're having some great battles here. We'll have Minimax up next for their last final of the weekend. 60 seconds on the clock. And Max Swiderski, Mats van Rooyen and Mies Huben have been running in the 1 minute 2.4s. Well, Swiderski, even though he is the slowest out of the 3 up at the front, he's not had to worry because of the fact that he's got no assistance. He's had clear air in front of him. He's been running his own race as the leaders now come through. Lap number 12 will be in the books. So lap 12 completed. Oh, Mies Huben goes and gets the lead from Max Swiderski. Around 20 seconds on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap, and it was 0.189 between the trio. And Max Swiderski retakes the lead from Mies Huben and goes up the inside. And Mats van Rooyen trying to use the slipstream of Mies Huben to get past Swiderski, and it has happened. Swiderski within a couple of corners has gone from 1st to 3rd position. So timer has expired on Micromax for this weekend. Next time up it will be the final lap board. And again, the chess game is no longer a stalemate. Everyone is going to put their best pieces in the right place at the right time, and it won't be if, it will be when will that person make the maneuver. Here goes Max Swiderski up the inside of Mats van Rooyen into P2. Now we go on to the final lap. Mies Huben leading the way by just 0.178 of a second. Van Rooyen up the inside of Swiderski into turn 1. Swiderski can't get through on turn 2. Into the left at 3. Swiderski back up the inside. That's a nice move there. So Van Rooyen drops down into 3rd place. Meanwhile, Jake Menton has got past Boris Maximov for 4th place. The top 3 now go into turn 7 and into the right at 8 for the final time this weekend. And again, oh, Max Swiderski definitely thought, right, I've got a couple more corners to go. I'll take back the lead, thank you very much. And going into turn 10, he does take the lead through the left at 11. Swiderski leads. Van Rooyen looking up the inside of Mies Huben on the final corner of the race. Can't get through. Checkered flag waves. It's been a clean sweep of victories for Max Swiderski, who takes the checkered flag. What a drive by the number 19 from the Netherlands. Mies Huben takes 2nd by just 0.082 and that was the winning margin, 0.082 of a second. Mats van Rooyen takes 3rd. Jake Menton will take 4th place ahead of Boris Maximov. Unfortunately, with Zdeněk Babishek not even starting the race. A real shame for the Czech Republic driver in the number 80. But, provisionally speaking, I think your winner in Micromax this weekend, all 4 victories have gone the way of number 19's Max Swiderski from the Netherlands, winning by 82 thousandths of a second as the winning margin, ahead of the Netherlands' very own Mies Huben. Mats van Drooyen in the 3, Jake Menton in the 31, and Boris Maximov in the 30 make it a top 5 result for the Dutch, with Zdenek Babicek now having to be recovered from where the kart is currently situated. And that concludes Micromax here at round 1 of the 2020 B&L Karting Series. Down, 5 to go. Next up, Minimax. 13 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. Here is your grid for their final race of the weekend. As they go onto the sighting lap, on pole position, it will be Matej Radenkovic from Belgium under the Bubin Power stable that will have Dams Racing Team's very own Thomas Strauven alongside. Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria and Rino Franco from the Netherlands in the number 111 for GKS Levens Power will comprise row 2. Kasper Schormans from SP Motorsport in the 140 will line up alongside Belgium's Karel Stout from PG Motorsport in the 143. Tam Saleh and Thiemen Huben will round out the top 8 positions. Ahead of Lawrence Herboz, Olivier Jonkers, Jasper Leenerts, Mick van den Berg and Mathis Soubadou. The drivers, there were 2 drivers that were actually found to have front-fairing penalties post-race, one of which was Olivier Jonkers and the other one was Jasper Leenerts, which added an additional 5 seconds to time penalty to their race. So dropping them down the order. They were in the battle for around about 6th, 7th position. So now we head into battle one last time as Minimax will have 13 minutes of action to hopefully captivate us, excite us, and also at the same time provide some great racing action nevertheless. So, Radenkovic, Strauven, Weichselbaumer, Franco, Schormans, Stout, Saleh, Huben, Herbert, and Jonkers. That is your top 10. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, they are keeping us waiting. We are on tenterhooks. The hairs standing up on the back of our necks at the moment as we anticipate a good start this time around. The red lights are on the starting gantry for the final time for Minimax here at the opening round of the 2020 B&L Karting Series season. They make their way through into turn 12. Out of the corner they come. They split into the respective tram lines. Ladies and gentlemen, Minimax is off and away. We head to turn 1. Great start by Radenkovic. Strauven around to the outside, but looks like Weichselbaumer trying to go up into second position. Strauven uses the runoff to get back up the inside of Weichselbaumer. Kasper Schormans, I think, is trying to push for at least second place. Rino Franco clearly in the mix. All 13 drivers now having made their way through into turn 6. Onto the back straight. 2 by 2, round about the halfway point downwards a couple of times there. Going side by side down the back straightaway. Into turn 8 for the first time. Radenkovic leads. Strauven second. Schormans looks to be in third place ahead of Franco. Weichselbaumer, Jasper Lehnertz definitely clearly getting the elbows out there and manages to make up a position. Looks to be past Thiemann Huben in the one. Well, that's probably Lawrence Herboz as Thiemann Huben up past the pair of them at the minute and gapping them a little bit. And again, Huben and Lehnertz going side by side into turns 1 and 2. Move but trying to be happening here by Karel Staud, who's up into P6. Can't get past Nandor Weichselbaumer from Austria, but he's going to hustle him through turns 4. Into the left at 5. Up to the right at 6. Onto the back straight. Now is the entire field, all 13 karts, rounded off by Francis Matisse-Soubadou. So all 13 drivers still circulating at the moment. Strauven really sensing an opportunity to get one up on Matej Radenkovic. But they're going to have to watch their back bumper because until now, Kasper Schormans has had a bit of a, I wouldn't say lackluster, but a bit of a disappointing in his terms performance this weekend. Kasper Schormans has got pure pace. He was at the I think he was, if memory serves me correctly, he's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. And he's with the SP Motorsport squad as Rino Franco trying to go up the inside. Schormans shuts the door. Nice and firmly there. Up the inside goes Olivier Jonkers up the inside of Tam Saleh, who ends up going on the runoff area. Runs wide out of turn 3. Jonkers up the inside. 2 GKS karts behind in the form of Huben and Lehnertz. Radenkovic battling away with Strauven. Schormans battling with Franco and Weichselbaumer for P3. There's the number 142 of Matisse-Soubadou from France. Still circulating. So we are approaching the completion of the first 3 minutes of this race. 13 minutes in total, plus an additional lap to see out Minimax. So across the start-finish line to complete lap number 3. Matej Radenkovic has been leading proceedings so far as Franco goes up the inside of Schormans into turn 2. Makes the move stick. Weichselbaumer just behind, as is Belgium's Karel Staud. Olivier Jonkers leading the train behind. Ahead of Tam Saleh, Thiemann Huben, who nearly went side by side with Jasper Lehnertz. Lehnertz rounds out the top 10. Herboz, Vandenberg and Soubadou. And you can just see Lehnertz up the inside again. And it's side by side between Saleh and Jonkers. Jonkers to the inside, Saleh to the outside. Lehnertz gets past Huben for position. So Jonkers up into what is effectively P7 on the road, a little bit further up the order. Strauven getting racy now. 9 minutes and 10 on the clock. Radenkovic senses that Strauven has been close pretty much since the beginning of the race, and these two started on the front row, let's not forget. As now there is a move, well, there was an attempted move by Rino Franco up the inside of Kasper Schormans, and Kasper Schormans now is down in 4th position. Weichselbaumer was the one that was trying to get up the inside of the Dutch driver. There's now Lehnert's trying to go up the inside of Tom Salaire and makes the move sick. Oh, that's a great move by Jasper Lehnert's through into turn 4. Milan Koppens, Senior Rotax, 3-4-4 to the stewards immediately. Milan Koppens, Senior Rotax, 3-4-4 to the stewards immediately, please. Thank you. Meanwhile, Olivier Jonkers will quickly find that he will be battling away with Jasper Lehnert's once again, as we found out in the pre-final a bit earlier on this afternoon. Five minutes down, 8 to go, plus a lap. A tenth of a second exactly is the lead that Matej Radenkovic had over Thomas Strauven on that last lap. Oh, Strauven towards the outside going into the approach onto turn 3, looking to try and make the switch back. Can't get through as a little bit further back down the order. Once again, the driver's still pushing as hard as possible as Weichselbaumer sends it up the inside of Schormans, runs wide through turn 6, and Schormans pounces back up the inside. Now, for those wondering, when the drivers are lifting up the flap on the top of the radiator there on the engine, it's allowing a bit more airflow in. So that's really all the adjustment that they have, just to get a bit more fresh air into the Rotax Max Evo engine. 125 cc's of cubic displacement for every single racing engine that comes out of Rotax in Austria. But Strauven looks even racier. He's right on the back bumper, bump drafting on Radenkovic into turns 1 and 2. As up the inside goes Weichselbaumer on Schormans. This time, I think the Austrian's got it. He has. He shut the door on the Dutch driver through into turn 3 on the exit of the corner. Lehnert's in the meantime, I think, has just got past Jonkers for P7. Another great bit of work there. But let's not forget that Jonkers and Lehnert's did have front fairing penalties post the pre-final. So they've got to really watch what they are doing. There's only so much abuse of front fairing will take before it comes out of position. But Strauven still keeping in proximity with Rino Franco, or with Matej Radenkovic. Franco now is about 0.8 of a second behind the two at the front, who was separated by 61 thousandths of a second last time around. This time looks to be a little bit more. It's increased by 1.2 tenths of a second. And Radenkovic in the process has set the fastest lap of this race. .59.730. The top 4 drivers have gone and broken the sub 60 second bracket. So Strauven has done a 59.853, a 59.945 for Rino Franco, and Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria has just done a 59.850, and that was on the last lap. Now about to complete lap number 8 very, very shortly, as the leaders now will come through the right-hand sweeper at turn 10, into the left at 11, now into the right at 12. Eight laps now completed, and Radenkovic and Strauven are now pretty much a tenth and a half of a second adrift of each other. But Strauven closes up in the braking zone, through into turn number 2, into 3, into 4, into the left at 5, getting closer and closer, going into turn 6. Nothing quite yet for the Dams Racing driver. Into turn 7. As Franco now has Weichselbaumer for company. Fifth place, Kasper Schormans. Karol Stau doing a lot better this time around as well. P6 at the moment. That's exactly where he qualified, because the grid was decided following the results of the pre-final. So the pre-final dictates the results of that when it's confirmed and ratified. Will then be the official result and the grid for the following race for the final. Getting into the last bit of the business end of this race. And now you can just see Olivier Jonkers trying to go up the inside of Jasper Lane. It's through turn 7. The Dams Racing Team driver makes the move in the 116, past the 177. Both drivers representing Belgium in terms of nationality. Strauven again getting closer and closer to Radenkovic. They're going to come through turn number 12. Line astern, out of the final corner. 3 minutes to go. Strauven now has to think about where he is going to take the opportunity to get past Matej Radenkovic. But he can't do the move too early. He needs to strategize. He needs to figure out, anticipate what might happen on the next 2, 3 corners. How is the slipstream down the back straightaway? And this is how they learn their craft. This is how these drivers develop, because if they keep racing, and by goodness, these guys and girls out there in the paddock, all 129 of them that are with us here this weekend, have been chomping at the bit. And this is something that they love doing at every possible moment when there is free time in the diary. They can go out, they can go and train with friends, they can, oh, now that's a move up the inside. That is for position, and as Lawrence Herboz has got past Jasper Leenerts, but Olivier Jonker is back past for position. Gap between the top 2 now is 0.2 of a second over the line when they went over it last time out. Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria. Oh, now Jasper Leenerts has done the... Oh, that's a brilliant move. If he pulls that off through turn 3, he's got it done. Oh, that was a great move. The move of the Minimax class this weekend. Jasper Leenerts gets past Olivier Jonkers and Lawrence Herboz through turns 2 and 3 in one fell swoop. Brilliant job by that young man. Got to know him and his father Bart over the past few months, and being in my capacity as social media manager for Team Belgium at the Grand Finals last year, really got to know him and his dad very, very well. Good to speak to Bart in both English and German because he speaks multiple languages. It's always good because then at least you can practice with other people as well. 60 seconds on the clock remaining. Strauven waiting and anticipating an opportunity which he hopes will develop before his very eyes, which are enveloped by the red mist underneath that visor. They go through turn 5. Into the right at 6. And Strauven has now been the first driver to go sub 59.7 seconds. He's just done 59.698 on that particular lap. So with the way things are going, we are fast running out of time. 21 seconds on the clock remaining. So he's got to be close enough. Close enough to have an opportunity. So if that gap presents itself, he will get a chance. However, a little bit further back in the battle for what is effectively 7th position, Olivier Jonkers has now got past Jasper Leenerts for that place. Last lap board. Who will come out on top? Strauven needs to strike when it is possible. Not to leave it to chance too late, because he won't be able to recover as they go through turn 5. Into the right at 6. Now this could be the key point. Let's see how much closer Strauven gets to the back bumper of Radenkovic. He's gone up the inside. He's taken the lead at turn 7. Well-timed Thomas Strauven. But now it's one thing to get the lead. It's another thing entirely to keep it. He's now got 3 more corners to go. Strauven now gets his head down, looks over his right shoulder into turn 10. Now into the left at 11. Checkered flag being prepared. This time around, it is not Matej Radenkovic, as Thomas Strauven signs off in Minimax this weekend with a win after a last lap overtake through turn 7. Both hands in the air, celebrating in style. Matej Radenkovic takes second position. Rino Franco takes 3rd place, ahead of Nando Weichselbaumer from Austria. And Kasper Schomans rounds out the top 5, having placed exactly where he qualified. So let's have a look at the finishing order in Minimax for the last final of the day. Thomas Strauven wins by 0.3 of a second exactly over fellow countryman Matej Radenkovic in the 196 Buvin Power entry. Rino Franco from GKS Lemons Power and Nando Weichselbaumer, also from GKS Lemons Power, representing the Netherlands and Austria, as there's a bit of sportsmanship there between Kasper Schomans, who just finished in P5, representing the Netherlands. Karel Stout from PG Motorsport in 6th, ahead of Olivier Jonkers, Jasper Leenert, Lawrence Herbos, Thiemann Huben, Tam Saleh, Mick Vandenberg, and Mathis Soubadou from France, rounding out the 13 strong. And that concludes Minimax for the opening round of the 2020 B&L Karting Series season. As soon as one race finishes, another one is set to get underway. Next up, Junior Rotax, final number 2. Here is your grid for this 13-minute plus 1 lap encounter. So pole position will go to Lucas Schoenmakers, as Kai Hillertz, the actual winner, was designated to have jumped the start, giving him a 5-second time penalty. So Tom Bracken will line up alongside in the 218 on the front row. Christian de Klein and Kai Hillertz will line up on row 2. Milan Ritter and Luc Visser, row 3. Ralf van der Pevert and Matthijs Sturlo rounding out the top four rows. Magnus Pedersen and Eliska Babikova round out the top 10. Max Knappen and Thomas Martins round out the top 6 rows. Ahead of Job Breedfield, Nick Gerhards, Luc Nessen, Petra Babikova, Sam Burstein, Colin van Lammeren, Joris Schoens and Teun Schmidt rounding out the top 20. Completing the running order will be Mikkel Pedersen, Gilles Clouet, Bruno Mulders. Tim Gerhards will start from the penultimate place on the grid due to having been black flagged for external help out on the circuit after breaking down just before the formation lap. Raphael Renhofer will bring the 25-strong grid to an end, as now we go into battle. One final time for Junior Rotax. 25 drivers, 12 and a half rows of competitors. 13 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. Who is going to become top dog this weekend in Junior Rotax? We're about to find out. Through into turn 12, they start to filter, all neatly positioned in a 2x2 rolling start formation. Once again, the red lights ignited on the starting gantry, ready to go out at a moment's notice. Junior Rotax heads into the tram lines. Lights out, off we go. Heading to turns 1 and 2 as Schoenmakers keeps the lead for the moment. Bracken to the outside. As now Bracken takes the lead. Oh, nicely done there. Oh, we've had a drama. Down towards the bottom part of the top 10, round about the bottom of the top 15. And that is one of the drivers. That is the 255. Thomas Martins, and that was from row number 6 on the inside. So there might have been some assistance there, maybe from one of the carts behind, as they now head through into turn number 8 for the first time of asking. And this time Tom Bracken has slotted back down into P3. Now trying to go round towards the outside through turn 10 on Christian de Klein. Kai Hillertz just behind. But now, Lucas Schoenmakers. Now I'm wondering, I'm not too sure what happened there with Tom Bracken. But they now head over the start-finish line. Schoenmakers, Bracken in second. Battling away with Decline. Babikova, Eliska Babikova, looking to get it back up into the top 3 and has done it. Nicely done through the exit of turn number 2 and into turn 3. goes the Czech driver. Kai Hilets, 5th place. Milan Ritter. Then we got the 261 of Magnus Pedersen. Luke Visser in 8th. Nick Gerhard's up into 9th now. Max Knappen in 10th. But watch out for Tim Gerhards. He took 2 wins yesterday. He is now up from the penultimate position on the grid, 24th place. He is now in 15th and charging. Lucas Schoenmaker is in the meantime still leading the race and also has the fastest lap in the pocket at the moment. Nearly 2 minutes down, 11 to go. Schoenmaker now goes on to lap number 3. Lead for him at the minute is 0.729. Tom Braken, Eliska Babikova battling away side by side through into turn 2 with decline. Rielitz is there, Ritter is there, Magnus Pedersen, Nick Gerhard's now trying to get a bit closer. Had a good chat with Stan Pex this morning and he said, yeah, Nick needs to work a little bit more, but it'll take time. It'll take time. And to be honest with you, now seeing up in the top 10, we've seen him win races in Minimax, as has his brother. So Nick and Tim have both won races in Minimax last year in the B&R karting series, both in the same class. They've moved up together. They are at the same team. And they're also twins. So, many respects, this is where the dynamic can change, as we now have 2 trying to break away. As that is a move up the inside. That was, I think that might have been Ritter. Now, I'm just wondering what is happening to Christian Decline, because he's dropped down towards the back part of the top 10. So I'm not too sure if there was a slight issue or a slight mistake that might have caused the CRG Holland driver. Oh, there's a clash behind between Luke Visser and Mathis Turlo. And the one that came off worst was Luke Visser, and that sent someone else off of the track. I think that might have been the 252 of Mikkel Pedersen that went off just outside of turn number 5. So side by side, there was possibly a little bit of wheel and side pod contact. But now, have a look just up ahead. Magnus Pedersen looking up the inside of Eliska Babikova. Makes the move through into turn number 10. Saying thank you very much and probably saying, well, come on, work with me. Let's catch the 2 in front, shall we? And the gap between them now is that Babikova clearly has other ideas. Straight back up the inside into turn 12 for P3. So at the moment, the results that Eliska Babikova has had so far, it was a 6th, but I think there was a demotion post-race for Eliska Babikova. She did finish in 6th. The 233 had a 5-second front fairing penalty, and quite a few drivers did actually have that. I count 9, so a lot of drivers out of position. Also, the 255 of Thomas Martins actually had a wrong starting position last time out, and as a result got a time penalty of 5 seconds. Also, other penalties was the 263. That was Colin Van Lammeren, who was given a 3-second penalty, time penalty for 2 wheels out of the corridor. So it is a finite side of things. Oh, my goodness me. Babikova, I think, just got pushed a little bit wide and has dropped down a handful of positions. I think that was might have been Ritter that might have gone up the inside. As here comes, oh, Tim Gerhards again. Oh, there's more bumping and barging. Now, who was that got a little bit of an assist from behind, and the back axle started bouncing up and down? That might have been Babikova, and that is Decline trying to go up the inside. Decline not really wanting to relinquish any position, but wants to charge past in order to get through. But Babikova now behind Kai Hilats, who is in 6th position, as again, it's nearly, 3 abreast. Oh my goodness me, hard in the mouth moment there for possibly, I think, for Nick Gerhards, because he was in the middle of all of that. And a little bit further behind, there's been a move up the inside into turn 10, which nearly could have ended up nasty, but I think they managed to get away with it. Looks to be the 277 of Bruno Molders that might have been part of it, or just behind. There's been a turnaround. Turnaround at turn 12. Turnaround at turn 12. So 2 drivers went into the same bit of tarmac, and you can't put 2 into 1, and one gets the boot on the other foot, so to speak. And now Kai Hilets really senses an opportunity because he is behind. I think that might be Magnus Pedersen that's just up ahead, or that might be Milan Ritter, because Schoenmaker now has a gap over Tom Braken. And they are going through turn 8. Tim Gerhard's started 24th. He's now made up 17 positions in 6.5 minutes as Kai Gielert's having a ding-dong battle there. And that will be with, I think that might be Magnus Pedersen. If that is Magnus Pedersen, that is a bit robust sometimes. If you're trying to stick your nose in and trying to force the issue and get past, that can cause problems. And it will be Pedersen because he's gone up the inside, decline not too far behind. Babikova, Knappen and Turlo also in the mix. As up the inside goes Tom Braken to take the lead from Lukas Schoenmakers with 6 minutes and 12 to go on the clock. As Babikova turned around. That was by, I think that was the 261 of Magnus Pedersen going through into turn 2. Or was there another assist from behind? So Eliska Babikova again was gunning for a top 3, and it has quickly gone south. And this is where now we've got other drivers trying to fight each other. Christian Decline, I think, going round towards the outside. Or is that Bruno Molders? Bruno Molders battling away. The 277 currently running in 16th position. Was battling along with probably the likes of Renhofer, Breedveld, Pedersen. Yeah, Mikkel Pedersen, I think, in the 252. I think I just spotted there. So Braken leads by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Schoenmakers. Ritter, Tim Gerhards is only 3.3 seconds off the lead and charging, and has just put in the fastest lap of the race. 56.366. As there is more bumping and boring. And there's a nice move up the inside. I think that might have been possibly Sam Bergstein, I think maybe, or maybe even the 216 of Visser. But there's a lot of changes happening again. And now the gap between first and second has extended to nearly 2.5 tenths of a second. So Tom Braken, who is competing in the B&L Karting Series this year, showing a really good turn of pace. And I've just seen a move from one of the carts. That was a 2 and a 4. That was the 248 of Max Knappen, who's just got past Mathieu Surlo for position. And that would have been for around about 7th place on the road. Gap now down to 0.197 between first and second. Braken leads. Schoenmaker still hot on the heels. Milan Ritter has got company in the form of SP Motorsports Tim Gerhards, who's going up the inside. Ritter with the switch back through turn 6. Side by side between the pair. Ritter will have the inside run going into turn 7. Makes the move back through. Goes the 220. The 205 hot on the heels of the back bumper of the Dane as they go through turn 9. Leaders now going through the right at turn 10. 3 3/4 minutes left to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. Pedersen in the 261 has got past Luc Visser for 11th place. Raphael Renhofer has got past Jort Breedveld for 13th. And Gerhards gets back past Ritter, takes 3rd place. So up into the top 3 once again. There's a little bit further down the order. Oh no, Luc Visser. Luc Visser has been turned around. And that is on the approach into turn number 2. As now, again, Tim Gerhards has got his he's got a visor full. If he looks around behind him, and I'm sure he doesn't want to because he's got only just under 3 minutes plus an additional lap to keep this place for the minute. And that is just ahead of Milan Ritter. In the meantime, Kai Gielert's has been closing on these two. Because in many respects, Gielert's at the moment has just gone and set the fastest lap of the race. Tom Braken and Lukas Schoenmakers battling away. Schoenmakers trying to go up the inside through turn 1, and Braken responds with a move up the inside of turn 2. Now into turn number 6 they go. Leaders on the back straightaway. So Kai Gielert's did a 56.192, but the first driver to go sub 56 in this race. From Germany in P12, Raphael Renhofer, closing on Magnus Pedersen for P11 at the minute. The pair are just under a 1/10.5 adrift of each other. as Gielert now looking to put the feelers out. With 1 minute and 3/4 to go plus an additional lap. Does he go for the move up the inside into turn 12? He'll get the cutback and he shots out perfectly. Side by side with the Dane from RS Competition. Up the inside into turn 2 goes Kai Gielert to now take 4th place. So 75 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. The battle between Ritter and Gielert still going on as we speak. Into the last 60 seconds. So Braken leads by 0.2 of a second. Ahead of Lucas Schoenmakers. Tim Gerhardt, Kai Gielert, Milan Ritter. That's the top 5. Top 10 completed by Christian de Klein. Thurlow, Knappen, Nielsen and Nick Gerhardt. Leaders now across the line. On to lap number 14 we go. This an additional lap, so we'll have 15 laps of the 1,360 metre circuit here at Karting Genk. Renhofer gets past Magnus Pedersen for P11. Breedfield, Van Lammeren, Mulders, Schmidt, Eliska Babikova now recovering. Up into P17 goes the Czech Republic driver. Schoens, Chloé, Martens, Van der Pevert. Visser down in 22nd position. Ahead of Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark. Sam Bergstein from the Netherlands. And Petra Babikova still circulating. The entire field covered by just over 19.9 seconds. Timer has run out for Junior Rotax here at the first weekend of the B&L Karting Series in 2020. Oh no, we've had a last lap drama. And that is the 2:55 of Thomas Martins and the other driver shaking their head. That looks to be Gilles Chloé in the Dams Racing Team colours off of the entrance into turn 9. So, that is not what you want on a final lap. So this time around the checkered flag will wave, and it looks like, oh my goodness me, since all that drama's been happening, there's been a change, a massive change, because now the checkered flag will wave, and if one particular driver looks to send one up the inside if they can to try and get across the line, the checkered flag waves, and rounding out the win in Junior Rotax, Tom Braken from SP Motorsport and Tim Gerhardt, okay, from way down the order, round about, I think he started 20. I'm going to have a look at my list again because that is impressive from him. Impressive from him. He started P24 and finished second. The most positional gains, nearly not quite as close as the guy in third. Let's not forget about Kai Gielert, P3. For the JJ Racing driver, but Tom Braken wins the final race of the weekend in Junior Rotax. Tim Gerhardt makes it an SP Motorsport 1-2. JJ Racing's Kai Gielert from Belgium in 3rd place, ahead of Milan Ritter from RS Competition and CRG Holland's Christian de Klein from the Netherlands. Then it was a duo of JJ Racing drivers, Lucas Schoenmakers and Max Knappen. Nick Gerhardt, the other twin from SP Motorsport, comes home at round about 8th place ahead of Luke Nielsen, Mathis Thurlow with Renhofer, Pedersen, Breedfield, Mulders, Van Lammeren, Eliska Babikova in 16th ahead of Jori Schoens, Tern Schmidt, Ralf van der Pevert, Luke Visser, Mikkel Pedersen, Sam Bergstein, Petra Babikova, Gilles Chloé, Thomas Martins, rounding out the 25 strong. Three more finals to go. Next up, DD2. Right, let's have a look at your grid, shall we? For one final time for these drivers. So, as a result of the pre-final, the driver on pole position, the returning Glenn van Parijs from Belgium. And again, Bas Lammers, who took the win in the final yesterday, will start alongside on the front row. Daniel Mahacek from Austria and Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands round out row number 2. Then it is Greece and Belgium, represented by DJ Liveris in the 404 for Dams Racing Team and Bouvin Powers, Zander Triblak, the 2-time reigning and defending B&L Karting Series champion in this category. Marcel Steiner from Germany and Luc Schiepers from the Netherlands, row number 4. Wout Antonissen, Janne Gussens representing an all-Belgian, row number 5 and completing the top 10. Then it is Sebastian Janczewski from Poland, Silas Litter from Denmark, Max Fleischmann and Oliver Breitenbach on row 7 for Germany. Chris Kopp and Maxim de Higsch from Belgium rounding out the top 8 rows, comprising the complete 21-strong grid in DD2 are as follows: Lasse Andresen, Brindley Kinch, Jordi Klebort, Florian Breitenbach, and last but by no means least, Jamie Billings from Great Britain. So we have 13 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer, ready to tick away the moment the red lights go out. So your top 10 is as follows: Van Parijs, Lammers, Mahacek, Knowlton, Liveris, Triblak, Steinert, Schiepers, Antonissen and Gussens. They come round the final corner. After this, we have 2 more races of Rotax powered action. This time, DD2 is off and into the distance, into turns 1 and 2. This time, Mahacek trying to go up the inside of Bas Lammers to take P2, but this time, Triblak trying to fend off Mick Knowlton. Triblak trying to go up the inside of Mahacek through turn 4, can't get through. As the field streams their way down into turn 6 for the first time, a little bit of a move up the inside into, I think, possibly 10th position, maybe an exchange between Janne Gussens and Sebastian Janczewski for 10th spot. But this time, Bas Lammers and Glenn van Parijs in the pre-final earlier on this afternoon were battling tooth and nail over the not just the win, but if my memory does not escape me here, they were trading fastest lap times. Oh, there was nearly a bit of a clatter into then now there is a trailing left rear bumper on the back of one of the Breitenbach carts, and that is Oliver Breitenbach. So someone went in for a deep lunge, and that bumper is trading on the left rear. So that is going to be a mechanical black flag very, very quickly indeed. So that means that the 422 of Oliver Breitenbach, his race is done and his weekend is over very, very quickly indeed. It's up the inside. Oh, there's a clash. Oh, that was a clash down into turn 6. One cart nearly went 2 wheels up like ski mode in Knight Rider. But luckily enough, the driver managed to catch the cart and get it back on all 4 wheels as up the inside of Mick Knowlton goes under Triblak. Liveris not too far behind from Greece. Lammers closing on Van Parijs, goes towards the outside of turn 12. And he's gone up the inside and taken the lead. Nicely done there. So Lammers gets ahead of Van Parijs, takes the lead after the completion of lap number 2 into turn 2. The top 6, literally line astern. Van Parijs sends it up the inside of Lammers through turn 3. Brilliant clean exchange. These two are well-seasoned, experienced individuals, and I would expect nothing less, because that is the true amount of respect between racers. And look at Lammers, he's sent it up the inside. He's taken a karting page out of Daniel Ricciardo's book and sent it through turn 7. Retakes the lead. So a lead changed 3 times in 5 corners as Lammers hits the front. And there's a little bit of a sort of like a little point forward from Van Parijs there, I believe, as if to say to Bas, saying, you know what, I want to battle you, mate, but let's get away from these guys behind. But Daniel Mahacek has other ideas. And Marcel Steiner is trying to close on DJ Liveris as Zander Triblak gets hustled. Oh, now that's a loss of the lead for Bas Lammers through turn 2. And it's not just Triblak that's gone past. Mahacek's gone through too. Sorry, not Shriblack, Van Parijs, my apologies there. But now Lammers. This is probably the thing that he doesn't, well, I'll be completely honest. This is a situation that any driver doesn't really want to be in, but it's how you respond to having that slight disadvantage thrown in your general direction and how you respond to it. So 9 minutes and 35 seconds in this last race. Oh, up the inside goes DJ Liveris on Mick Knowlton through turn 10 to take P5. Mahacek battling away with Lammers. He's trying to go up the inside of the Austrian. He'll get the slingshot coming out of the final corner, and Lammers will put it up the inside. Or will he? No, Mahacek shuts the door firmly in the Dutchman's face. Quite forcibly, but also does it quite fairly there too. And when you have to race against ultra-competitive individuals that have travelled the globe in world karting competitions, the word that you instantly associate with Baz Lammers is respect, because he has earned his stripes in this category, in karting. That's why he's such a great ambassador for the sport, and it is a true honour and a privilege to have him here this weekend racing with us. And he's helped to put on one hell of a show. He's really ignited the DD2 class, as has Glenn Van Parijs, who's back for the season. He confirmed that with me earlier on today, having won the BNL Kickoff 2.0. But Van Parijs now starting to pull away. Gap between him and Mahacek now nearly 5/10 of a second as Lammers back up the inside of the Austrian. Mahacek tries to respond and go up the inside of turn 3. Can't get through. Shriblack not too far behind. So is Liveris. So is Knowlton. At this rate, Marcel Stein, it will make it 7 carts battling away. And then you look behind that, and then you've got Poland's Sebastian Janczewski. Liveris goes defensive on Knowlton through into turn 7. Leaders now coming through into the left at turn 9. Fastest lap of the race though so far, Mick Knowlton on lap number 5 at 54.434. As now Oliver Breitenbach in the 422 looks to have effected repairs, and that bumper is no longer trailing on the left hand side as I saw a bit earlier on. So Van Parijs. Oh, fastest lap now goes to Baz Lammers. 54.351 on lap number 6. Now on to lap number 7. Half a second separates the two leaders. A little bit further down the order. Oh, that was a brilliant move up the inside. Through into... Now that was that Jan Nigursens that might have lost out there. And that was by Luke Shapers, who went up the inside through turn 3. And then, all of a sudden, Lasse Andresen comes hurtling through and goes up the inside of the same driver at turn 4. So in 2 corners, Jan Nigursens, I think, has lost 2 positions. DJ Liveris now up into 4th place. Shriblack has also slipped behind Mick Knowlton. And now Marcel Steinert and Janczewski join the proceedings at the front of the field. And the gap now between the top 2. Oh, Lammers puts in another. Fastest lap of the race of 54.108. He's closed the gap to Glenn Van Parijs. Down to 0.341 of a second. He was faster by a 10th in Sector 1 and a 10th in Sector 2. So Lammers knowing where his strengths at this circuit lie. And there have been a lot of drivers that have raced here, both in World and European Championship competition. And Lammers is no stranger to that kind of pressure. And now he's going to put some pressure of his own onto Glenn Van Parijs. 5 minutes 50 on the clock still to go. And it is nip and tuck between the two leaders, split by a kart length. Gap now down. Oh, he's put in another fastest lap. He's gone quicker by 20 thousandths, and he's up the inside of Van Parijs. Goes Baz Lammers to take the lead. On lap number 9 of this race, 5.5 minutes on the clock. Lammers has done the first part of this job, which is to get in front. Now the next task is to keep a hold of it, or the other opportunity, if he gets it, is to run away, try and break this. But as we've seen, that Glenn Van Parijs for over half of this race distance, as we now have 5 minutes pretty much on the clock remaining, I think we're going to be treated to a brilliant duel. Mano y mano. Lammers versus Van Parijs. Don't forget there are 3 other drivers behind them though. Mahacek now closing. So Lammers now puts in a 54.330. Van Parijs puts in a 54.611, but goes a bit deeper on the brakes. This is the thing about leading a race. If you are ahead, the person behind you is going to use you as a marker, a yardstick in other words. And that is what has happened with Van Parijs, and that has given Lammers the opportunity to sense out Van Parijs' style and how to get past. And let's not forget that I'm sure that there are a few tricks up the sleeve of Glenn Van Parijs on those racing overalls over the years of experience in karting and also Tin Top Motorsport, including Porsche 911s. 4 minutes to go. Lammers has now led the race for around about 2 or so minutes. He gets his head down. Puts in a 54.332. Van Parijs, 16 thousandths quicker on that lap. Mahacek, 18 thousandths seconds to 18 thousandths of a second quicker than Lammers on that lap. But this is an absolutely relentless pace at this particular moment. 23 degrees Celsius, the hottest it's been here all day. A mild toe dip in the cold, toe dip in the hot water in comparison with 2 days ago. 3 minutes and 15. Lammers looks to have started to try and break away, but this is a case of just working at it. Not sort of like going, I'm going to go for it. That is sometimes not much of a possibility. You have to work at it. You have to keep your strategy in play. That time, Baz Lammers puts in a 54.187. Glenn Van Parijs a 54.312. Mahacek now closes to just over 0.2 of a second behind the Belgian in second. As we've now had Brindley Kinch retire from the... Well, he's pulled it into the pits. 2 laps off of the leaders. So at the moment, Lammers, Van Parijs, Mahacek, Liveris, Knowlton, Triblack, Steinert, Janchevsky, Breitenbach and Goossens round out the top 10. Lammers looking to start striding away from Glenn Van Parijs. Getting into the last couple of minutes of this race, plus an additional lap, and this has been an absolutely monumental pace that everyone has been putting through. And if I'm honest with you, on the last few laps, the top 15 have been pretty much been running in the 54-second brackets, as Lammers goes to within 11 thousandths of his fastest lap time in this race alone, 54.099, and he's pulled a gap of nearly 4 tenths over Glenn Van Parijs. As Mahacek now coming under fire from Liveris in the dying stages, and this is for 3rd place. Mick Knowlton just sitting, waiting, biding his time. Well, he can't bide his time for much longer, let's be completely honest. There's less than a minute and a half on the clock. A minute and a quarter to go. Lammers now looks to possibly have nearly a 0.5 of a second advantage. 0.4. Van Parijs second. Mahacek, Liveris and Knowlton in 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively. Running out from 11th downwards, it's Silas Ritter, Lasse Andreasen, Luke Schiepers, Max Fleischmann, Wout Antonissen, Chris Kopp, Maxim de Hirsch, and Jamie Billings, and Jordi Klebort. Oliver Breitenbach still looks to be circulating a couple of laps off the leaders. As now we go into the final 38 seconds of this race, as there is a couple of moves there, and there is a trailing bumper. Or is it? Now I'm just going to keep an eye. That bumper looks a bit diagonally poised on the left rear of the 431. And that is Florian Breitenbach. I'm not too sure. But Lammers comes across the line with just under 20 seconds to spare. And he's got the gap now to 0.447 ahead of Glenn Van Parijs. Knowlton looking to size up Liveris for P4 in the dying stages. Right. That's it for DD2s here at Karting Genk. The timer is counted down from 13 minutes to 0 on the timer. Penultimate lap. Lammers from the Netherlands. Now comes through towards the final lap of the race. Could Alexander Bentley from 308 Senior Rotax please report to the stewards immediately? 308 Alexander Bentley to the stewards immediately. Thank you. Lammers gets the last lap board. For over half the race, Glenn Van Parijs was leading, but into turn 2 for the final time comes Bas Lammers. Into turn 3, now into the double left at 4 and 5. Now 6 more corners to go. The top 5 have pretty much been in their respective positions for quite a few minutes, but Lammers seizes the day in the afternoon for the final time for DD2. Through into the left at turn 9 comes the 445 of the Netherlands' very own Bas Lammers. Into the right-hand sweeper at 10. The Work Sodi kart driver now will close off the weekend in style with a clear conscience and a clear gap. Round turn 12, it's Bas Lammers from the Netherlands who celebrates with 2 hands off the wheel. And that's the best celebration I've seen in a very, very long time. Bas Lammers, both hands out of off the wheel, then both legs out of the cart. Brilliantly done, and great respect between him and Glenn Van Parijs. So noble runner-up in this second final. But Bas Lammers, with the best celebration I've ever seen in my entire life as a commentator, takes the biscuit with that one. Wow, 445 from the Netherlands. Bas Lammers wins the DD2 final on day 2 of round 1 of the 2020 B&L Karting Series by nearly half a second ahead of Belgium's Glenn Van Parijs. Daniel Mahacek in 3rd from Austria. Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands in 4th. DJ Liveres from Greece rounds out the top 5 ahead of Zander Schriblak. Florian Breitenbach in 7th position ahead of Marcel Steiner. Sebastian Janchevsky. Jan Negusens in 10th ahead of Silas Ritter. Lassie Andresen. We then have Luke Schippers, Max Fleischmann, Urt Antonissen, Chris Kerp, Maxim De Hich, Jamie Billings and Jordi Kleebold actually parking it with 2 laps to go. Oliver Breitenbach and Brindley Kinch, unfortunately, did not finish the race. But the standout news from Genk is what a celebration from Bas Lammers. Finals down, 2 to go. The penultimate race of this weekend, and what a brilliant weekend it's been so far. Because those that are coming back next week for the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, I'm so looking forward to seeing all of you once again because I'll be back here at the Home of Champions. Right, DD2 Masters. Here's your grid for the final time this weekend on Sunday, August 2nd. Rudy Champion and James Beecroft will be on the front row. Then it is Michael Becker from Germany and Bruno Dos Santos from France. Jim Ringelberg. And, now Ringelberg's just had a problem. Oh, he's broken down on the sighting lap. He's gone to the right-hand side of the kart. There is an issue there. Oh, now, that is not what you want. He would have started P5 on the inside of row 3 alongside Dimitri Ostrovsky. Konrad Bayer starts P7. But Koeman starts 8th. Christoph Adams got a 5-second time penalty post-race 1 earlier on for runoff area. And Ringelberg has managed to refire up the 5.95 on the sighting lap. So that's a bit of a shame for him. We also had a front fairing issue for Tamsin Germain, who drops to P10 on the grid for this time around. Tom Dessert having a 2-place penalty for this grid as a result of pushing under race control direction. He starts in 11th. Alongside will be Carl Klibort, who also dropped had a 5-second time penalty for a front-fairing post-race, and he starts P12. Andreas Schindler starts P13 ahead of Ronald Billings, Ian Getz, Tanu Yildiz and Roland Kinch. And good to see that all 17 karts have made it to the grid despite the fact that Ringelberg did have an issue, and that was on the that was coming out of turn number 10. So obviously the grid itself, oh, he's put his hand up. Now, has he got a problem? Or is he just letting everyone past? He's trying to get into his grid slot there, I think. That is the case, so he will line up on row number 3. Right. Red lights are out. We are racing. As already Tamsin Germain has made a move past Christoph Adams up into P9 as the field now makes its way through into turn 3 for the first time. So at the moment, Rudy Champion leading the way. Michael Becker up into second. James Beecroft, I think, is in third place. Jim Ringelberg might have got up into fourth and goes past the Brit. Slingshots past into T7. Beecroft trying to go towards the inside on turn 8. Ringelberg running a bit wide. Just behind them, I think that might be Bruno Dos Santos running on the Sodi Kart chassis. Then Konrad Bayer starting 7th, now up into P6. But Tamsin Germain goes up the inside of the German, through into turn number 10. Make that P7. Christoph Adams now will try and chase the German, running with RS competition for the position. More changes for places between the likes of Tom Dessert, Bart Koeman, and up the inside goes Andreas Schindler. Forces Dessert wide, and as a result of that, Koeman nearly goes off the circuit. 11 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap. Champion leads by 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Michael Becker from Germany. They started to pull away from Jim Ringelberg, who is rounding out the top 3 at the moment. Beecroft 4th. Ostrovsky up into 5th place. Dos Santos in 6th place ahead of Tamsin Germain. Just behind her is Konrad Bayer, as there's more moves happening, and there is there is one kart that is literally, now is that is Dmitry Ostrovsky. Has the German had a problem? Oh my goodness, right down. Now that might have just been a slight hiccup there, I think, but I'm not too sure. As up the inside of Andreas Schindler went, I think that was, let's just have a look, that was Tom Dessert retaking 10th position. As you can now see that Tom Dessert is far from happy. Now there was something I missed there out of the line of sight of my eyes, and he has dropped down a little bit further down the order, as there is a little bit of a battle between Andreas Schindler and that is Ian Getz from Belgium, as they all filter their way through turn 7. Now into the top 2, make that the top 4, now going through turn number 9 and heading towards 10. Dos Santos has got Germain chasing him down. 10 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock remaining, plus an additional lap. And we've had a time penalty issued. Trying to make out the number there. I'm sure that if there is one, that it will come up on my screen. So I'm wondering if that might have been the 503 or 508. I couldn't quite make it out from my commentary position. So just under 10 minutes remaining of this race, and of the DD2 Masters race weekend here at the B&L Karting Series. Opening round, half a second between Rudy Champion and Michael Becker. Jim Ringelberg completes the top 3, but is being chased by James Beecroft, who last time around went 40 thousandths of a second quicker on that last lap. Gap between the pair of them now 3 tenths of a second, as they filter their way through. Konrad Bayer now battling it away with Ian Getz, as Bart Koeman and Andreas Schindler are scrapping away over P11 at the moment. And Carl Klibort is now trying to hunt down Christoph Adams for position. That's P7. And in the meantime, let's just see. Tamsin Germain now closing on Bruno Dos Santos. And that is for 5th on the road. Germain is only about 2 tenths of a second adrift. and could catch the French driver, but is being chased by Christophe Adams, who is also around about 0.2 of a second adrift, or nearly 0.3 of a second adrift of the Brit. So they come through turn number 8. Champion now down through into the right-hand sweeper at 10, and then into the left at 11. Becker from Germany, still rounding out the runner-up, is in the runner-up spot at the moment in second position. Hingelberg, Beecroft, Dos Santos, Germain, Adams, Klebold. Bayer has lost out to Ian Gepps, so Conrad Bayer had a 9th place finish yesterday afternoon in the final. Now rounding out the top 10 at the minute. Andreas Schindler and Tom Dessert battling over what is 11th place on the road. Bart Koeman and Tanju Yildiz. Yildiz started 16th. He's now up into P14 and trying to go for P13. Bit of a disaster for him last time because he ended up being unsighted as I think it was Tom Dessert that was spun around, and all of a sudden he had a major problem, and Tanju Yildiz had nowhere to go but straight in, and the front bumper literally was thrown asunder. Fastest lap of the race, however, on lap number 5, Christophe Adams. 55.023. And pretty much all of the field, apart from, pretty much all of the field at some point, have recorded a sub 56 second lap time. Carl Klebold, in other words, De Backer, are reigning and defending B&L Karting Series champion in the DD2 Masters. Oh, clash between Dessert and Schindler off of turn 3. Oh, Dessert's weekend has just gone from bad to worse. The pair were trying to go side by side, I think, through turn 3. And Dessert brings up the dust, brings it back onto the circuit, and Schindler goes sideways off of turn 4 on the grass. Oh, dear. Tom Dessert's weekend has well and truly been one he will truly want to forget. So now we head into the second half of this race as we have just over 6.5 minutes remaining. Plus an additional lap. The gap now between Rudy Champion and Michael Becker extends up to 1.3 seconds. James Beecroft a further nigh on 0.6 of a second adrift. And now Tamsin Germain up into P5 past Bruno Dos Santos. So the Frenchman finally getting passed by the Brit. So Bart Koeman, Tanju Yildiz now complete the top 12 after Andreas Schindler and Tom Dessert now drop to the back of the order. And Dessert is 3.5 seconds off of Schindler, who in turn is 2.8 seconds off of Ronald Billings. But now the battle for second position is starting to get a little bit more interesting now, isn't it? Becker has got Beecroft, Ringelberg, then you've got Germain. Bruno Dos Santos will now be passed by Christophe Adams through turn 12. 5.5 minutes to go. The lead is pretty much, up the inside goes Beecroft on Becker. Makes the move through turn 2, makes it stick by turn 3. Nicely done there. But this is allowing Ringelberg and Germain to close up on the German in the 5.26. Beecroft runs a bit wide. Side by side between those two. Becker slingshots past up the inside into turn 7. Ringelberg goes through 2 up into P3. So in 2 corners, James Beecroft drops from 2nd to 4th at the drop of a hat. And now Tamsin Germain has an opportunity. But look behind. There's 3 more karts coming to join the festivities. And it's being led by Christophe Adams. Then you've got Bruno Dos Santos. And also the 5.10 of Carl Klebold. 4 minutes and 45 on the clock still, plus an additional lap remaining in this race. And now Beecroft has lost out to Germain. So Germain got past her countryman just right now as they cross the start-finish line. So Germain now getting a really good turn of pace. But James Beecroft has set the fastest lap of the race as Ringelberg's trying to hustle Becker for what is second position on the road. Germain waiting in the wings to see if she can strike whilst the iron is hot. And there we go. Becker loses out 2 positions. Make that 3 as Beecroft sends it from absolutely nowhere on the German through turn 7. Well, that's what you call an opportune moment to strike. And not just one driver took it. 3 in one fell swoop at the same corner. So as a result of that, Michael Becker now drops from 2nd to 5th place. So Ringelberg up into 2nd. Tamsin Germain now has an opportunity to see if there's a chance of getting past Jim Ringelberg in the 5.95 just up ahead. Beecroft in 4th place, as a little bit further behind Michael Becker. I think now, that's Bruno Dos Santos has got past him. So is Christoph Adams. And Tamsin Germain now up into 2nd, past Jim Ringelberg, who retakes the position back through turn 7. Germain slots back into position into P3. Through the right-hand sweeper, Beecroft trying to go up the inside, side by side between the pair. Beecroft gets his way through, but then Germain will have the advantage now, heading down towards turns 10, 11 and 12. Christoph Adams now factoring into this. Bruno Dos Santos, Karl Klebold, and also the 5.37. Well, you've got Michael Becker in the midst of that, ahead of Karl Klebold for the moment. Plenty of changes here. And then Beecroft trying to look for a gap up the inside through turn 2. Can't get through. Now through 3 and 4. Into 5. And the right at 6. As again, more positional changes. Ringelberg hung out to dry, all nearly an interlock of wheels between him and Tamsin Germain. But Germain gets through. Beecroft gets through. Up into 3rd and 2nd respectively. 2 minutes and 14 plus an additional lap still to go. This is not over yet, and we've still got the grandstand finale still to come with Senior Rotax. Germain trying with all her might to get past James Beecroft for 2nd position. Rudy Champion now goes on to lap number 13. Germain's made the move through on turn 12 on Beecroft. Ringelberg waiting in the wings. Beecroft slingshots past, as does Ringelberg past Germain. So Germain was literally, I think, pretty much defenseless, because as soon as you come out of turn 12, if you get the run on somebody and you get someone behind, that person behind you's got a double toe and you can both slingshot past. However, this, as I said, is not over yet. Rudy Champion in the moment. They say that you're not talking about the leader. Obviously, the leader's doing a pretty good job. Gap at the moment between 1st and 2nd position was 4.738 seconds, as there's a bit more toing and throwing, and I think I might have just seen Ian Gepps get past one of the other drivers, and that is Bruno Dos Santos. Michael Becker, who was running as high as 2nd position in this race, having qualified P3 after the pre-final, as Tamsin Germain gets past Jim Ringelberg. Now down to turns 1 and 2. This time around, no one makes a lunge. Adams was looking up the inside of Ringelberg there, but thought, I can't get through that gap, because if I try, I'm going to take myself out and the driver in front of me. And that's what you don't want to do, as Adams goes up the inside, touches wheels with Ringelberg there. Through into 4th place goes the 555. But then, it's still, I still feel something's going to happen. I don't know what, I don't know how, I don't know when. But I know for a fact that something is going to happen. 18 seconds on the clock plus an additional lap, as Becker up the inside of Dos Santos. Great battle here as the little bump from behind on the 5.37 of Ian Gepps by Karl Klebold. Beecroft leading this train of 4 carts that are battling over what is a net 2nd position. 13 minutes of elapsed. DD2 Masters for the weekend is done and dusted. Rudy Champion now heads through turn 5 for the final time, but the battle that we really need to concentrate on is this 4-way scrap, and it's been an enthralling one so far for DD2 Masters. Leading the 4-cart train from Great Britain is James Beecroft. Just behind is Great Britain's Tamsin Germain. Christoph Adams in the 555 wearing his Team Belgium overalls. Goes up the inside. Oh, he touches the back of James Beecroft, sending it up the inside of Tamsin Germain. That compromises Germain as a result of that, and that gives her no real opportunity now to strike hard on a podium, but that has caused a little bit of damage to the front fairing of Christoph Adams' cart, as Ian Gepps now gets past Tamsin Germain. Last lap board it is. So now Tamsin Germain has been, as a result of what has just happened with Christoph Adams, I think he went in a bit too hard as in I think he needed to hit the brakes a little bit earlier than what he did. So that now puts Tamsin Germain in the battle for what is now going to be 5th position, and will have to get past Ian Gepts from Belgium in the 5.37 very, very shortly to try and get something salvaged back out of this race. So down towards turn 10 comes Rudy Champion as Jim Ringelberg now trying to size up Christoph Adams to remove for P3. Rudy Champion in the meantime comes down towards turn number 12. The Frenchman from Piquet's Competition wins the last final here in DD2 Masters at the home of champions. James Beecroft takes second, having started alongside Champion on the front row. Chris Adams takes third. Jim Ringelberg takes fourth ahead of Ian Gepts. Tamsin Germain takes 6th position ahead of Michael Becker from Germany. Karl Klebos, Bruno Dos Santos and Konrad Bayer round out the top 10. Bart Koeman, Roland Kinch, Dimitri Ostrovsky, Tanju Yildiz, Tom Dessert from Belgium, Andreas Schindler from Germany, and Ronald Billings from Great Britain round out the 17 strong. But when it was all said and done, the last race winner this weekend in DD2 Masters was France's Rudy Champion, finishing ahead of James Beecroft, with Christoph Adams provisionally completing the top 3. After 12 5-minute qualifying sessions, a second chance heat, we now go to the 27th, hang on a second. We're now going to our last race, our last final of the weekend. Senior Rotax closes the show. A capacity grid, well, was a capacity grid. Here it is. 35 drivers, as Dave Blom is a non-starter this time around. On the front row is Sean Butcher from Great Britain. Alongside will be Mike van Vught from the Netherlands. Dylan LaHaye and Lewis Gilbert will round out the top 2 rows. Ahead of Luca Leistra from Belgium and Mads Ries from Denmark. Fabian Bock and Andreas Hebel from Germany and France, respectively, complete the top 4 rows. And completing the top 10, it's an all-Belgian row 5. Ilian Brunsils and Jules Castro. Then it is Bradley Barrett, Lara Zanen, Teresa Babikova, Justin Polman, Robin Knutsson starting in 15th after having come through via the second chance heat earlier on today. Ben Burgess, Kian Sang, Baz Janssen, Victor Plateau, Arthur Horsch, Flint Schuring, Vincent France, Vincent Van Kerkhoff, Emilian Koppens, Lachlan Robinson starting down in 25th position. Jordi van der Eyck, Emily de Hoys, Clementine Benoit, Scott Westhovens, Manel Galofretona from Spain, rounding out the top 30. Mario Sidler, Jeff Machiels, Anthony Blue, Storm Broer, and Alexander Bentley. Unfortunately, Alexander was had a disqualification due to a technical non-conformity. The 3:44 of Milan Koppens had a short-cutting time penalty awarded of 5 seconds. The 3:60 of Vincent France had a 5-second time penalty added after causing an avoidable collision with multiple drivers falling foul of front-fairing penalties, adding 5 seconds to their times, their race time after the pre-final. So, top 10 is as follows: Butcher, Van Vught, LaHaye, Gilbert, Leistra, Ries, Bock, Hebel, Brunsils, and Castro. Now, this is the grandstand finale. They come into the tram lines. Red lights go out. We are off and racing down to turns 1 and 2. Senior Rotax off and away, and round the outside, Madsney's trying to keep himself into P4, going into turn 3 for the first time. Drivers nearly 3 abreast at the back part of the field. Everyone makes it through at the minute. And I stress those words at the minute because anything, as we saw in the first final, I'm seeing is Bradley Barrett trying to do an outside overtake as he nearly gets a little bit of contact there, possibly with Lara Zana from GKS Lemons Power through turn 6. Top 3 starting to break away, and it is Butcher, Van Vugt and Gilbert now starting the battle. This is going to be one, I think, that's really going to blow the doors off. As now we have a move up the inside. That was, I think, Jules Castro, I think, making a position up there as well. But now, Lewis Gilbert gets past Mike Van Vugt. 4-second position through turn 12. They've got to keep Sean Butcher in their crosshairs as Gilbert goes for the lead early. Van Vugt gets through 2. Lystra just up behind the Brit from KR Sport. As Lystra looking to see. Now, Lystra's run in the B&L Karting Series before, so he's no stranger to Rotax racing power. He's raced in a multitude of categories. He's also raced elsewhere across continental Europe over the past few seasons. So, at the minute, Dylan LaHaye is behind Madsries. No, he's now behind possibly Fabian Bock from Voik Motorsport. So LaHaye looking to, or is that Brunsils? Brunsils was up into P8. I think he got past Bock, then got past LaHaye, and that is the case. Bradley Barrett has made a position or 2 in the process. 11 minutes and 10 seconds still to go on the clock. Lystra was looking to try and slingshot past Van Vugt into turn 1. Van Vugt sends it up the inside of Butcher, retakes 2nd position. Butcher trying to force Lystra out wide, but Lystra to the inside of turn 4, up the inside into P3. Nicely done there. Madsries in 5th. Ilian Brunsils from Belgium goes up the inside of the Dane into turn 6. Bradley Barrett up the inside of Dylan LaHaye. Through into position into turn 6 as well. Up into P7. It's 2 abreast. That was 2 drivers nearly coming to blows through turn 7 towards the back part of the field. Lewis Gilbert now trying to strike whilst the iron is hot and try and pull away. He's got a gap. Well, he did have a gap on the last lap over Sean Butcher around 0.235 of a second, but Luca Lystra has now got past Mike Van Vugt. Brunsils now senses a chance. There's still plenty of this race left to go. As Lystra goes up the inside of Gilbert to take the lead at the moment. Gilbert's just letting him through. And this is where the mind game starts. This is where the chess pieces all start to fall into place. But it's not with any pawns, any queens, any kings, any rooks, or any bishops. It's with Rotax racing engines. So at the moment, Lystra leads. Gilbert in 2nd. Van Vugt in 3rd. Butcher in 4th. Brunsils, Rees, and then Brad Barrett. Dylan LaHaye in 8th position. 9th position is Fabian Bock. Jules Castro has just lost out, I think, to Justin Pullman for P10, which is the case, and Pullman looks to be a bit more racier in this last race of the day. So Lystra starting to pull away from Gilbert. As there was a look there. Butcher up into 3rd past Van Vugt, who looks towards the inside. Brunsils just behind. Rees there, Barrett, LaHaye. Lystra's broken down! Lystra's broken down off of the entrance into turn 3. He's trying to furiously get the kart restarted. And on what was that? Lap number 5, Luca Lystra was leading the race, and that has handed it to Lewis Gilbert. Oh no, that is not what you want. A mechanical breakdown, and he is absolutely frustrated. It's Belgium's Luca Lystra in the 372, but this has given everyone else an opportunity. Lewis Gilbert started from P4. He won a couple of heats yesterday. He actually won, I think, 3, but got a 5-second time penalty, which demoted him to 8th in one of them. But now he has the chance to try and see if he can get one up on everybody else. But obviously the weekend result as Bradley Barrett is now up into P5. He's battling away with the likes of Justin Pullman, Mike Van Vugt, Yeah, Van Vliet is actually behind Bradley Barrett. I never thought I'd be saying that in my lifetime at the moment, but there we go. Bradley Barrett now up into P5 on the Sudi Vitesse. Obviously, some of his teammates, Charlie Turner's competing at the Kart Masters Grand Prix back at PF International in the United Kingdom as we speak. They'll be coming to the conclusion of 9 finals there, whereas we have a few more races up our sleeve, but not in terms of big finals. So in many respects, this is now going to be a cat and mouse game between the top 3. So it is a British 1-2 at the moment. Gilbert leads. Sean Butcher second. Hot on Butcher's heels is Ilian Brunsils in P3. Let's see what happens here. Brunsils looks towards the inside of Butcher. Bradley Barrett looks towards the inside of Mads Rees through turn 2, but the Sudi Vitesse driver decides, I'm not going to chance it yet. There's still 7 minutes and 10 seconds still to go of this race. The gap between Lewis Gilbert and Sean Butcher last time around was just over 0.3 of a second. But now Brunsils has got past and has put himself in the middle of the two Brits. As Brad Barrett goes up the inside. Nice move up the inside of Mads Rees. Sends the Dane wide and allows Mike Van Vliet to close. So Rees tries to go up the inside, nearly tangles with the back bumper of Barrett. I think there was the slightest amount of contact, but good control there from Brad Barrett to keep the Sudi Vitesse 327. And it's the UK-supported team. So they are actually supported by Sudi Kart in France. Run by Bradley's dad, Mark. So obviously they've got guys competing in the United Kingdom, and obviously Bradley is over here with us here at the B&L Karting Series. But he's now got himself up into 4th place in this final. Gilbert not getting away from Brunsils. 6 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Still to go. Of course, every single result that has been called by myself on the live stream and also on the Circuit PA is a provisional result, pending any sporting and any technical checks. But now we get to the last 5 3/4 minutes of this race. Gilbert leading by about a kart length and a half over Ilian Brunsils. Over the line to start lap number 9. Brunsils takes the lead from Gilbert quite quickly there. I'm just going to have a look behind on the lap times of the likes of Bradley Barrett and Mads Rees and Mike Van Vliet. Brunsils is the quickest out there. He was 21 thousandths quicker than Sean Butcher on that lap and took the fastest lap of the race as Lewis Gilbert now gets past Ilian Brunsils. Through into turn number 7. So the Potenza Racing Engines driver from Dollery in Ayrshire in Scotland. Now leading. Lap 9. 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go on the clock. Plus an additional lap. A move up the inside. Oh, now that was possibly on Kian Sang. Maybe Milan Coppens that got up the inside of the Brit there. So nice little work there from the 344. He's up the inside. There's another positional change. I think that was Justin Pohlman. Again, swapping positions. Possibly this time with Dylan LaHaye, maybe. That might be the case because just behind Dylan is Jules Castro. Then you got Fabian Bock. Teresa Babikova now up into P11. Vincent France, Andreas Hebel, Milan Coppens and Buzz Janssen ran out the top 15 positions. As Mads Rees now gets back past Brad Barrett for P4. Top 3 have a gap, a considerable gap. So Sean Butcher, when he is currently in 3rd place. The gap between him and when it was Bradley Barrett in 4th position on the last lap around when they started lap number 9 was nearly 9/10 of a second. Leaders now coming through into turn 12. 3 minutes and 50 plus an additional lap to go as Gilbert goes back up the inside of Brunsils to take the lead. Butcher now in the slipstream of Brunsils. Let's see if the Brit goes up the inside into turns 1 and 2 here at Genk. Butcher decides against it for the minute. Again, the strategy, you can just tell that sometimes a driver will hold back things in reserve, and that is what is clearly on display. You're now seeing that the cat and mouse game starts very, very early on in the race. Someone will start leading proceedings, then one driver will get past, maybe on a start-finish straight, another one will get past, Someone will then decide to maybe not give full power coming out of the corners. As Mads Rees now closes up, Ilian Brunsils going towards the outside of Lewis Gilbert. And now Mads Rees is closing. Mike Van Vugt, Brad Barrett. Oh, now Dylan LaHaye. Oh, nearly put Bradley Barrett into the side of Fabian Bock. As now Mads Rees gets past Sean Butcher. And then Brunsils up the inside of Lewis Gilbert. Into the lead in turn one. Rees trying to go towards the outside. Oh, Mads Rees gets... Oh, Lewis Gilbert runs over the back bumper. Van Vugt up the inside. Lewis Gilbert down to the third. Van Vugt. So it was a bit of... So what was happening there was that Brunsils was trying to go up the inside, past Gilbert. Mads Rees decided he was going to stick his nose in. And then as they came through turn three, Lewis Gilbert had absolutely nowhere to go, apart from nearly riding over the back bumper of Mads Rees on that particular occasion. Sean Butcher, in the meantime, now down into P6. But if you look at the train of carts, I count at least 12 to 13, maybe even the top 15 with 2 minutes to go. I cannot believe I am saying this. It could be anybody's. When I tell you that the top 27 drivers covered by 9.8 seconds on the last lap. This is like all the little ducks in a row. As now, Gilbert up the inside on Mads Rees, up into second. Now the charge for the victory begins. And the person with the bullseye on the back of the race overalls is Ilian Brunsils, leading the way in the 369. Mads Rees now in third. Van Vugt in fourth. Polman, as there goes Butcher up the inside, I think, of Van Vugt into turn 7. Nicely done by the Brit. No, that wasn't. No, that was. I think that was Vincent France. My apologies there. So Vincent France was passed by Sean Butcher into turn 7. Lewis Gilbert now has to put everything, every fibre of the muscles in his body, the complete mental concentration to really, really go for it. And at the moment, Milan Koppens has got the fastest lap of the race. Gilbert is trying to close the gap. The gap now down to 0.54 of a second, and he was not quicker that time around. But whilst the three behind are battling, which is Polman, who's up into fifth, that's a great run. Butcher just behind in sixth, Van Vugt in fourth, Rees in third place. But now, 35 seconds on the clock. How quickly can they get to the start-finish line from roundabout now? Because they're running at 55-second lap times as Mike Van Vugt gets past Mads Rees. Oh, does he? No, Mads Rees sends it up the inside of turn 8. Butcher goes round the outside of the entrance to turn 9 over Mike Van Vugt. And I'm sure that Van Vugt is like thinking, where did he come from? 10 seconds on the clock. How close is it going to be to the wire? They come through turn number 12. 2, 1, last lap. Ilian Brunsils. He made an announcement in February that he was looking to not come back to karting. He made a return. He has now made a statement. He was the Euro Trophy Open champion back in April 2019, over around about 16 months ago. As the train of carts being led, it's the Mads Rees train. Forget Jarno Trulli. Mads Rees is the cork in the bottle. And Sean Butcher, if he's lucky enough, gets an opportunity, could strike for third position in the last few corners. But now into turn 9 comes Ilian Brunsils from Bouvin Power, representing Belgium, down towards the right-hand sweeper at turn 10 for the final time. Being followed by the Dual Diamond Lewis Gilbert as Dave Fritson. Stay away from the track, please. I know he wants to see the action up close and personal. He's got a ringside seat, but Ilian Brunsils wins the Senior Rotax final, and despite his best efforts, a great job nevertheless for Lewis Gilbert to take P2. Mads Rees rounds out the top 3 ahead of Sean Butcher, Mike Van Vugt, Justin Polman, Dylan LaHaye, Vincent France, Jules Castro, Milan Koppens, and we've had someone break down, I think, pretty much. That's the 383 of Vincent van Kerkhoven, who broke down after crossing the line in 16th position. So LaHaye finished in 7th, France in 8th, Castro, Koppens rounds out the top 10. Ahead of Teresa Babikova, Andreas Hebel, Fabian Bock, Kian Sang, Bradley Barrett rounds out the top 15 of what could have been a really good outing for Sodi Vitesse here this weekend. Was running in the top 4. Vincent van Kerkhoven 16th. Buzz Janssen, Storm Bra, Lars Zanen, Lachlan Robinson, in his final race at the B&L Karting Series this weekend, takes P20. Mario Sidler, Artur Horsch, Emily de Hoys, Manel Galofretona, Robin Knutsson, Anthony Bilou, Alexander Bentley, Jeff Machiels, Scott Westhovens, Flint Schuring rounds out the top 30, rounding out the final finishing order, provisionally speaking, this weekend, Jordi van der Eyck in 31st, Clementine Benoit in 32nd, Victor Plateau, the 33rd and final classified finisher. We had, unfortunately, Ben Burgess park up at 14 laps completed, with Luca Lystra leading the race, unfortunately breaking down and was out on lap number 4. Right, I'm just going to get my breath back for a second. So, that concludes the action here at Karting Genk, the home of champions. And I must honestly say, after 148 days, after my last time on a Sunday afternoon before the podium celebrations, which will take place at approximately 1800 Central European summertime, at the podium, at the bottom of the spectator stand, where all drivers, if you are called, you must wear your face mask. It is mandatory. We still need to observe the restrictions under this closed door event. 148 days after leaving Karting Genk after the original kickoff, I must say I'm absolutely physically and mentally exhausted. But along with you at home, I'm glad that you've all been watching, and you all here at the circuit, I'm sure you all must agree, it has been a welcome return. I can't thank the team behind the B&L Karting Series, Colonel Emmons, CEO of Karting Genk, our good friends at Camp Company GmbH, all the Karting Genk staff down in the brasserie, every member that has helped this event happen this weekend. A big thank you to the Mayor of Genk and the municipality for their assistance in authorising us to hold this closed-door event. So, I leave you with one final thought. The world has changed as we know it, but over the last 2 days, we have been united in solidarity, togetherness, and one key contributing factor that brings us all together. Racing is what we live for. I'm Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator for the B&L Karting Series. I look forward to catching up with some of you at the podium very, very soon. For those watching at home, please stay safe, look after yourselves and each other, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. Thank you for watching. Good night.